Well, Chris, as you mentioned, it is a picture-perfect fall evening at sold-out Nationals Park, and fans up and down the Beltway are hopeful and pumped up that this is the night their potent lineup breaks out to even up this best-of-5 series. Welcome to Game 2 of the National League Division Series between the San Francisco Giants and the Washington Nationals. Welcome inside the broadcast booth at Nationals Park with John Smoltz, Matt Vasgersian. The Giants claimed the opener yesterday by a 3-2 score, their National League record 9th consecutive postseason win. Bruce Bochy's Giants have had a lot of postseason success of late. John, how've they gotten it done?
This is unbelievable. They must love being the underdog. Of course, they had the wild card play-in and quieted the crowd with an 8-0 win in Pittsburgh. Then came in here and kept the crowd quiet. They seem to do it no matter what the records of the starting pitcher is or who's missing in their lineup. And a big key has been Joe PANIK. These guys are relentless.
Let's talk about the Nationals starting pitching assignment today. In a tight spot, down 1-0 in a best-of-5. And Jordan Zimmermann is a guy who certainly could have been a Game 1 starter, as the guys on the pregame show alluded to. And by the way, he's coming off a no-hitter his last time around.
That's unbelievable. Only one other pitcher has been able to do that and start a playoff game. For Jordan Zimmermann, just keep doing what you've done in the second half. 8-0. The team has won the last 11 games you've started. And what you've got to do is keep your crowd in it. So in other words, put up zeros, allow your offense to take the lead. They're good when they get the lead.
A young Washington starter coming off a great second half. A veteran San Francisco right-hander whose second half results probably left a little something for him to be desired.
Yeah, it's another veteran pitcher going for the Giants, and this guy's been through everything. He's come back from all kinds of surgeries, had a great first half, but the second half wasn't as good. And if he's going to do the same thing that Jake Peavy did, he has to keep the ball down. He knows what's looming for the Giants. It's Bumgarner. Pass it off to him with a 2-game lead.
Tim Hudson, Jordan Zimmermann, that's your Game 2 pitching setup. Same lineups as in Game 1. All the President's men are ready for Game 2 from D.C. Lineups in the opening pitch are next. And welcome back to Nationals Park, where there is quite a bit of energy and enthusiasm. National fans hoping that their team can pull even as this series heads to San Francisco for Game 3 2 days from now. Perfect weather conditions as Jordan Zimmermann takes the mound in preparation for his second career postseason assignment. He's going to have one tall order to try to follow up after the regular season finale back on Sunday the 28th that put him in the history books with a no-hitter over the Miami Marlins. A nice moment before the game, of course, D.C. with such an active military community, and the Nationals work hand in hand with all factions of the military here promotionally, and Jordan Zimmermann being given a pep talk before he goes to work for his second career postseason assignment. A 14-game winner during the regular season, and this is how the Giants line up against him. Bruce Bochy's lineup brought to you by Taco Bell. Sometimes you got to live Moss, and you'll notice it's the same 1 through 8 that Bochy won with yesterday. The left-handers Blanco and Panik off the top. All-stars Posey, Sandoval, and Pence 3 through 5. 3 left-handed hitters in Brandon Belt, Brandon Crawford, and Travis Ishikawa, and then Tim Hudson rounding things out, number 9 in the pitching spot. Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Here's to Budweiser. Here's to baseball. Ready for first pitch from D.C. as Gregor Blanco leads off the top half of the first. As we mentioned when we went on the air, it's a Giants team that has won a National League record 9 consecutive postseason games. Underdogs yesterday, they came away with a win. Underdogs tonight, and Bruce Bochy is hopeful that this one gets back to the West Coast on Monday with his orange and black up 2 games to none.
And of course they had to use Bumgarner, so he'll be waiting for Game 3.
Game 2 is underway. Jordan Zimmermann's first pitch of the night is strike 1.
Well, for Jordan Zimmermann, 5 runs in 3 innings in his first postseason start. Struck out the side in the relief. But this is an aggressive pitcher with a fastball slider combination.
Shattered bat on a foul ball. A snapshot glance at Zimmermann's regular season: 14-5, a 2.66 ERA. He has had a couple of seasons in which he's won more decisions, John. But when you really micro scrutinize the rest of his pitching numbers, you could make the case that 2014 was his best overall year.
Yeah, he's on a roll. I mean, when your team wins the last 11 games you start, you're 8-0 in the second half, you pitch a no-hitter, you feel good, your mechanics are clicking, and what you're doing now is just a repeat performance of every 5 or so days. You feel good on the mound. 2 strikes, look for more curveballs than sliders when he gets the count, especially 0-2 throughout the game.
A ball and 2 strikes to Blanco.
We saw yesterday that the approach from Strasburg was to attack with the fastball. We did not see a lot of curveballs, not see many at all, if any, but 3.
Popped him up. Back from shortstop is Ian Desmond, and the first out tonight is in the books.
And if you're the Washington Nationals, you can't get caught up in the fact you're 1 down. The problem with a short series is there's only 1 hiccup you can have, and they had it yesterday. So they've got to feel like they have to win today to have a chance. We gave you those numbers yesterday and the success rate. But I think that when they score first, they're 69-21. So I always say your first postseason start of the series, approach your first inning like it's the 9th.
Jake Peavy, who was brilliant last night in Game 1. Here's Joe Panik now. One of the latest in a series of heroes that nobody saw coming for the Giants. A terrific rookie campaign, a .305 batting average after his call up from AAA Fresno. It was a high fly ball out to right for Jason Worth. And 2 gone. Yeah, the Giants seem to unearth a superstar, or at least a below-the-radar unlikely hero every postseason. Certainly in the Bruce Bochy era in San Francisco. Cody Ross comes aboard. He was acquired because the Giants wanted to prevent him from going someplace else, and had a huge 2010 World Series. Marco Scutaro the following World Series run, and Joe Panik's in the midst of a very nice beginning to his postseason career. 5 for 11, including that fly ball here for route number 2. Two gone, base is empty now for the two-time All-Star and former league MVP Buster Posey. Posey 1 for 4 with a run batted in the opener yesterday. And a quick 1-1 count from Jordan Zimmermann. We will be using that word quick as it relates to Zimmermann a lot today. He is one of the quicker workers in baseball.
Yeah, he sure is. Only his teammate Pfister may work a little faster than him. What you're going to see is a fastball 96 plus miles an hour, a slider / cutter. It's so firm at 88 to 89 miles an hour, hard to tell the difference, and a curveball at 80.
Field down to first, and no swing, says Tom Allion. 3 balls and a strike to Buster Posey. Pablo Sandoval waiting next. Posey jerks that one into the corner, foul. The full count now, 3-2.
About as simple mechanically as you can be. No wasted movement out of Zimmermann. It's almost as if he's going forward to just play catch with the catcher and has this electric arm. He doesn't really do much to waste any motion on the mound. Simple.
Posey with a base hit into left. And a crowd that was eager for a punch out, something that was the case a lot yesterday, sits back down after a 3-2 pitch is lined into left field.
Yeah, you could almost sense it yesterday with Strasburg on the mound. Of course, Strasburg averages a lot of strikeouts per game, and he was not able to deliver that spark with 2 strikes. This is a staff that leads all of baseball in the strikeout to walk ratio. They don't walk very many, and of course they've got some power arms, and he's actually had less walks than starts, which is a rare thing these days.
So after the 2-out single, it's Pablo Sandoval, the two-time All-Star, who has hit safely in 12 consecutive postseason games. Trying to extend his own franchise record. There have been some new faces and new names in the Giants' recent postseason success. We talk about somebody like Joe Panik contributing to this year's run, but there have been a lot of the same players, including Pablo Sandoval. And certainly a 9-game postseason winning streak, one that coincides with Sandoval's 12-game postseason hitting streak. You kind of get the idea. He's been a key contributor to their fall success the last now 3 postseason runs. Once again, a little noise on behalf of a 2-strike count. Sandoval hits it in the air into foul territory. Rendon hoping for a play, and it stays 1-2.
Kind of a breezy, windy day today, so the balls in the air are going to get moved around a little bit. Cooler temperatures coming in.
A runner aboard with 2 gone. The 1-2 to Sandoval. Another fly ball chance for Jason Worth. Span is there as well. Called ball, Maverick. Worth makes the catch to retire the side. Time for Tim Hudson to go to work after a scoreless top of the first. single. Let's take a look at Matt Williams. Nationals lined up by Taco Bell. Sometimes you got to lift Moss. The knee-jerk reaction after yesterday's late rally would have been perhaps tinkering with today's lineup card. Not the case. It's the same 1 through 8 for the Nats as well. Span, Rendon, and Worth, LaRoche, Desmond, and Harper, Ramos and Cabrera, and Jordan Zimmermann pitching and batting number 9. And it's the 4-time All-Star, 39-year-old right-hander Tim Hudson on the mound for the Giants tonight.
Numbers a little bit deceiving, 9 and 13, but did not get a lot of run support. 1 and 12 in games that he was given little run support, 2 runs or less. He's going to get ground balls if he's on. Only one other pitcher had more ground ball outs than Tim Hudson, so look to see if he's down in the zone and his sinker is doing what it's supposed to.
DENARD Span leading things off for the Nationals. A hitless opener for him yesterday. He was 0 for 4. In fact, it was really the top half of the Nationals lineup that was most guilty a night ago. 1 through 5 hitters combined to go just 2 for 17. And that was part of the reason why, John, a lot of the what have you done for me lately skeptics were saying, well, Matt Williams has to come here and change something for game 2. That's not the case tonight.
No, it's not. And this offense, again, maybe getting off to a little rusty start. 4 days off, hard to simulate baseball. But they're seeing the 2 pitchers that were more like each other back to back.
On the ground at first for Brandon Belt. And it's a ground ball out that starts things for Tim Hudson tonight.
Tim Hudson, you're going to see a fastball sinker that we talked about, top out about 89 miles an hour. He's got a cutter slash slider at about 83. Occasional curveballs that he'll throw at 76, and then a splitter against left-handers at about 80 miles an hour. There's some guys have had some success off of Tim Hudson, and they're in Jason Worth. Jason Worth, good low ball hitter. See how he makes some adjustments against Jason Worth today.
Jason Worth on deck behind this man, the third baseman Anthony Rendon. A 1 for 4 opener yesterday, and hitless in just a handful of previous at-bats against the 4-time All-Star Tim Hudson. You know, one of the other things you get with Hudson, if things are going his way, John, you talk about the ground balls. He, like Jordan Zimmermann, is a quick worker. He averages just about 3.5 pitches per batter. And that's the second most efficient workload in the National League. Only Miami's Henderson Alvarez threw fewer pitches per hitter this year. Make him hit it on the ground has been his 15-ish year mantra.
That's the pitch he's going to need away to right-handers. He's trying to backdoor that sinker, as you saw right there. He catches the corner. Where he gets in trouble is to his arm side, or into a lefty, into a righty, away from a lefty. And he had some problems in the second half with a hip that contributed to some of his lack of success. The rest may have really helped him the most.
Rendon with the base hit into left. A 1-out base runner in the home first.
This ball kind of rolls in there. You see right there, it did not go away from the right-hander like he anticipated. Rendon was able to stay in there and get it in the hole. Now for Worth, a good low ball hitter. He's hit a home run off of the last time they faced each other, behind in the count on an off-speed pitch. And he had a couple hits more besides that home run. So he sees the ball pretty well off Tim Hudson.
Perhaps the most challenging plate appearance that Hudson will have all afternoon. Jason Worth, 17 for 44, a .386 career batter against Tim Hudson. And these are two that see each other quite a bit, certainly with Hudson's tenure in Atlanta. A lot of division battles between the Braves and the Nats over the years, so there are no secrets here between these two. Yesterday, Jason Worth was hitless in the opener. He did draw a couple of walks. But as is always the case with Worth, even on nights that he's quiet, he managed to see a whole lot of pitches. 23 pitches in his first 3 plate appearances alone. So a guy who likes to get quick outs against a guy at the plate who likes to work deep into counts. Two balls and a strike to Worth. Adam LaRoche waiting on deck, a former Hudson teammate from their Atlanta days. A one-out base runner aboard, and Anthony Rendon has stolen 17 bags during the regular season. Hudson, aware of that, keeps him close.
Well, 15 of 18 would-be base stealers were successful against Tim Hudson, so that's something. Look for the Nationals to try and take advantage of that when the right guys are on the bases.
You know, something to watch today, and I thought Eric Karros made a terrific point on the pregame show tonight. The fact that Tim Hudson and Jake Peavy had never gone back-to-back in the rotation all year. They had always been separated by Madison Bumgarner. So you get a couple of right-handers who have, I don't want to say the same stuff, but we could say similar stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
And to your experience in your days in a rotation, did you find it was beneficial to have separation like that?
Especially in a series, it'd be nice. You know, you would love your right, left, right if you can in a perfect world, but having different type styles is as important.
A swing and a miss, and Hudson finishes Worth with a strikeout.
It's a game plan of adjustments. You see, he had some success on some off-speed pitches. And this time he attacks him with a fastball away. You see the bottom drop out of it. That's the key to Tim Hudson. If he can stay back and not force the sinker, he'll hit his location more times than not. But what you'll see is he'll pull that sinker trying to go away to a right-hander, and he'll come back over the plate. And that's where he's been getting beat lately. I mentioned 1 in 12 when the team only scored 2 runs or less. That's why you have that record the way it sits. But in the second half, his ERA was one of the highest ones in baseball. So we'll see how the rest and the adjustment of watching video will be for Tim Hudson.
Adam LaRoche had a base hit in yesterday's opener. The Nationals home run and run batted in leader. A 2-out base runner for LaRoche, scoreless just underway, last of the first. But the Giants would really be buoyed by a strong beginning to this night by Tim Hudson, and it would go a long way to easing some concerns. His last regular season start came 9 days ago. He's working on extended rest tonight, and Bruce Bochy told us before the game they were encouraged by his outing in Los Angeles on September 24th. Yes, he gave up 3 earned runs, but pitched into the 6th inning and had better results than he had in over a month. LaRoche into the opposite field, but right at Travis Ishikawa to retire the side. So as was the case in the top of the first, a runner left stranded in the bottom of the inning. The NLDS on Fox Sports 1 is presented by Budweiser. Back at Nationals Park after a scoreless opening inning with J.P. Morosi and John Smoltz, Matt Vasgersian. Hunter Pence leads things off in the San Francisco second. It'll be Pence, Belt, and Crawford, the 5, 6, 7 Giant hitters against Jordan Zimmermann. Big swing and a miss by Hunter Pence.
Zimmermann has definitely got a good fastball today, and he's showing it off early, attacking the Giants right from the get-go.
Pence was 1 for 4 yesterday with a stolen base and a run scored, and finds himself behind quickly here 0-2.
Pence is one of those hitters you cannot fall behind. He loves being ahead in the count.
And a base hit into left field. But both of the Giants' singles early on today have come on 2 strike pitches by right-handed hitters into left field.
Well, watching some footage of seeing Zimmermann pitch, not only the no-hitter game, but some of the games, he does like to go to the curveball with 2 strikes. He's very effective with it, but he blew 2 fastballs right there in the strike zone and rolled one there to give Pence an opportunity to get base hit. So look for that upgrade in that pitch as the game goes on, because he needs that pitch to be successful.
So the leadoff hitter aboard now for Brandon Belt. This starts a little stretch of 3 straight left-handed bats in Bruce Bochy's order. Belt had a couple of hits yesterday. In fact, all 8 had hits yesterday. All 8 position players that started for the Giants. And believe it or not, it was just the 7th time in Giants postseason history that all 8 position players had at least 1 base hit. And I say believe it or not because you're talking about a franchise history that goes back a ways. With all due respect, these ain't the Rockies or the Marlins. Dating back to the New York Giant days. First time it happened was in 1912. And Belt late on a fastball.
My point with the curveball with Zimmermann, it's really his only off-speed pitch. Everything else is hard slider at 88. So as a hitter, you're looking for something that's firm, and you're looking in one area. But when you see that breaking ball, that 12-6 breaking ball, that is the change of speeds that he uses to mix and match after everything has been hard.
Up and in, misses there, and it's 2 balls and a strike now to Brandon Belt. You know, you mentioned the no-hitter, John, his last time around. Struck out 10, walked only 1, and presented a potential nightmare for Matt Williams and Nats pitching coach Steve McCatty. In fact, it was something we visited with them about a couple of days ago. And after a few innings, the design was, hey, it's the last game of the season. Let's rotate guys out. Let's give our starters 1 or 2 plate appearances and then start making some moves. They didn't have that luxury with Zimmermann because his pitch count was so low. If he had gotten through 5, 6 without a hit, but the pitch count was high enough, it could have justified removing him from the game. He never allowed that to happen.
Yeah, it's not the perfect scenario, believe it or not. When a team's going into the playoffs, you want to make sure that your starters just get a nice little warm-up, little tune-up. You don't want to exert, but when you guys got a no-hitter going, it's something special, and they just rolled with it, and they got it.
Time granted rather late in the process. We'll see if the Giants employ that today because, as mentioned, Zimmermann likes to work quickly. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Brandon Belt. Full count now. You mentioned how good Zimmermann's control has always been, and this year no exception. John talked about fewer walks than starts. 32 starts, 29 walks. There goes Pence, a swing and a miss, throw down to second base. Finishes the strike him out, throw him out, double play. Pence thought he was safe, and Bruce Bochy's going to come out to give them a chance in the clubhouse to take a look at the videotaped evidence.
Well, it was a high throw, and they're saying that maybe his foot got there, but he tags him on the arm, so this is going to be a quick one for the Giants. As That is a big double play. When you're in these kind of atmosphere, you can feel it from the crowd, right? The longer the game goes, the more tension it has. If you're not winning and you're down 1-0, you start doubting the situation like, no way can this happen to us. So the more zeros that Zimmerman puts up and the first chance that they get to get the lead, you're going to see the crowd be real anxious and ready to roar at anything good that happens. By the way, they know who Game 3 starter is for the Giants, too. These fans are like, we've got to win this game if you're a Nationals fan.
2 gone now for Brandon Crawford. Yeah, Madison Bumgarner, who completely shut down the Pittsburgh Pirates in Wednesday's NL wildcard game. He lies in wait in San Francisco on Monday. Doug Fister scheduled for the Nats. A terrific matchup. Game 3 of this series can be seen on MLB Network from San Francisco on Monday. 2 balls and no strikes to the Giants shortstop.
And the point I was trying to make from a team concept, the mental toughness that it takes to not start thinking like that. Because there is the danger of a best-of-5 series when you lose a game you didn't think you should, or you didn't protect home turf. You start getting in their mind like, what if it doesn't go the way we want?
Crawford sends a fly ball to Worth, who's been busy early tonight. Already his 3rd putout in 2 innings of work. We played an inning and a half in D.C. Scoreless. Excursion. John Smoltz, J.P. Morosi. Go to the bottom half of the 2nd. Close to Halloween after all, right?
Yeah, getting there. I thought that guy looked like he had Carroll's hair there for a second.
Oh, Karros, I think, was told to clean it up for the postseason. I noticed he was well coiffed this afternoon. It'll be Ian Desmond leading things off against Tim Hudson in the home 2nd.
Desmond hit the home run in the no-hitter, the 1-0 no-hitter, so maybe he has some ties with Zimmerman on the mound.
Hitless yesterday was the former All-Star shortstop. A ground ball for Joe PANIK. Well, Ian Desmond's fall promises to get a lot busier than just postseason baseball. JP Morosi with a little more on that. JP?
Yeah, Matt. Ian Desmond's wife, Chelsea, is back at their home in Sarasota, Florida, awaiting the arrival of their third child. Now, the best case scenario involves Ian traveling there and then to the next Nationals game without missing a game. But, of course, with the series moving out west, could get a bit complicated.
Yeah, the timing of that could be potentially really tricky, and you hope that it certainly doesn't make any tough decisions for the Desmond family. So Desmond retired now for Bryce Harper. Picking on the first pitch, another bouncer for PANIK. According to plan, a couple of ground ball outs induced by Tim Hudson to start the second.
Yeah, sinker's working really well, and you know that Harper wants to attack a fastball, so anyone he sees, he's going to go after, as we saw yesterday was a mammoth home run. But you still got to stay patient. You got to make Hudson get the ball up. And early on, he's been able to get the sinker down.
So 2 quick outs now, setting up the catcher with the bases empty. Wilson Ramos 0 for 3 yesterday. And Ramos falls behind 0-1. Speaking of the ground ball out against Hudson, only Cincinnati's Mike Leake induced more in 2014, and only by a handful. Second among all National Leaguers with 335 ground ball outs against Tim Hudson. I think all things together, it was you could call it a strange year for your ex-teammate. He'll be 40 years old next year. Came back to the Bay Area after a great run in Atlanta. Of course, began his career in Oakland and endured his first losing season in his 18-year professional career. That includes his minor league days.
He started out on fire and then, finished and struggled to about a 2-11, 5.13 ERA. A lot of that had to do with lack of runs and then the injury we talked about, getting up there in age. But if your bottom half fails you a little bit, that fails that sinker and it starts getting flat over the middle of the plate. And that's what he went through, a little bit of that.
2-2 to Ramos, another ground ball. Crawford there for it, plenty of time. 3 ground ball outs make for a 1-2-3 bottom of the second. Nationals Park, Game 2 of the National League Division Series. Giants on top 1-0. Top half of the third, and the Giants will send up their 8, 9, and top of the order hitters: Ishikawa, Hudson, and then Gregor Blanco. Travis Ishikawa had a base hit yesterday, scored a run in the opener, and making another start in left field tonight. Just his 6th career start at that spot. He's in a quick 0-2 hole. A ball and 2 strikes. A bouncer over the middle and through. Another base hit on a 2-strike pitch, and the leadoff hitter is aboard for the 2nd straight inning for the Giants.
Once again, he's trying to get this curveball to do what it's supposed to do, and just credit the Giants hitters for staying patient up the middle, and fastballs that they're able to either let go when they're up, and then the curveball that they were able to get a couple hits off of. This guy can hit a little bit. Of course, he's going to bunt now, but that's what the National League does. For if the 8th hitter gets on, you're pretty much going to see the pitcher bunt. 3
career home runs, as you can see. And Hudson indeed squaring around to bunt, drops it down perfectly. LaRoche has only 1 play. Ishikawa to second now with 1 away. And Nationals fans have been paying attention the past few years. Did you hear the chorus of boos that Hudson came to the plate with?
Yeah, he's said a few things, hasn't he?
He's said a few things, and I guess there was a reaction to that. But I think just as powerfully, the fact that he's 18-5 against the Nats in his career. It's a part of the story as well. Tim did make some comments. I think he made them lightheartedly, that some may have been rubbed by the wrong way here among the fan base. Here's Gregor Blanco now. A chance to play to run with a man in scoring position and 1 gone.
Blanco's been pretty good in his role now, taking over for Pagan. 282 with runners in scoring position. Hasn't had as much success out of the leadoff spot average wise as he has in other spots, but he's filling in for a guy they like having.
Yeah, the Giants are very aware of the numbers in terms of winning percentage with and without Angel Pagan. That's the player that Gregor Blanco replaces at the top of the order and in center field. Pagan having season-ending surgery, lost for the postseason. A crucial part of their attack, and big shoes for Blanco to fill behind 1 and 2. I think there came a time during the regular season that Bruce Bochy was just tired of being asked about how much better they are with Pagan. Just got a little tired of hearing about it. And he said on more than one occasion, we have to win with who we have here now. Slapped into the corner and foul.
Jordan Zimmermann's gotten to 2 strikes on a lot of hitters. Being able to put them away. These first 2 games early for the Nationals pitchers have been a little bit stingy, according to the Giants. They just have not swung wildly, and they're taking what the Nationals pitchers are giving them up the middle. Not huge hard hits, but hits nonetheless. 3 of them already.
Well, 8 of the 10 batters that Zimmermann has faced to start the day have had 2 strike counts. And again, he's yielded the 3 singles, but nobody past second base so far.
You see that quadrant there. It's great when you can get the hitter to go after that pitch, because those are technically balls out of the zone, but he gives a feeling of a ball that looks good to hit, and the hitters don't really hit it that well up there.
And came back down to strike him out with a pitch at the knees. Well, what a masterfully executed plate appearance that was by Jordan Zimmermann.
That's just paint on the inside part of the plate. I can't hit that.
He got to 1-2 against Blanco without throwing him a pitch in the strike zone, and then punched him out looking. Here's Joe Panik now with 2 out in Ishikawa at second. Curveball stays outside. 2 hits yesterday for Panik, 5 for 11 to begin his postseason career. Added a run scored and an RBI a night ago. Sharply hit to first, but playable for Adam LaRoche. A third scoreless inning in the books for Jordan Zimmermann. On MLB Network, the Cardinals and the Dodgers Game 2, Lance Lynn and Zach Greinke. Then tomorrow on TBS, the Orioles face the Tigers. Angels and Royals, both elimination games. Don't miss all the action. All right, Mr. Smoltz, what are you more surprised by so far this postseason? 2-0 Kansas City or 2-0 Baltimore?
Wow. I mean, I'm surprised by everything, but 2-0 Kansas City. That takes the lead story. And what they were able to do to not only come back and beat a great pitcher in John Lester, but they were able to continue to piece together games that to give them a 2-goal lead coming back home to a city that's been waiting this long. Unbelievable.
As Drupal Cabrera leads things off in the Nationals half of the third with a ball into the opposite corner that rattles around. leadoff double in the home half of the third.
What you got to do against Tim Hudson. If the pitch is going to be away, you got to go away with it. And this ball had some pretty good carry in the end. Chicago was not able to track it down, and a good start really from the Nationals. They're looking to take the first lead to keep this crowd in it, and now they're allowing their pitcher to bunt him over to third. And again, you've got to bunt it to third base to get this dribble over to third. That's the easiest way to do it.
Zimmermann squares around with the corners crashing and takes a strike. There's Drupal Cabrera giving the Nationals some pop at the bottom of their lineup. Solo home run for him yesterday. In fact, that was his first postseason home run since his first ever postseason start back in 2007 as an Indian. And a double here moments ago. Zimmermann bunting foul behind 0-2.
Well, now you put some pressure on Cabrera, having to read where this bunt goes. If it happens to go to the first baseman who's charging in belt, that becomes a play at third for the Giants. So now with 2 strikes, you're more concerned with being able, if he's still bunting, to get it in place somewhere, even if it's back towards the pitcher. That's where Sandoval is going to read Tim Hudson and what he can cover, and whether he has to charge, come in and take it, or go back to the bag.
Bunt play stays on 0-2 as Zimmermann pulls back, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. First extra base hit of the night has set up the Nationals to get on the board first today. Jordan Zimmermann can handle the bat. 9 sack bunts. That's a top 5 total among National League pitchers.
It's amazing. You work on this all spring training, just hoping you can get to the postseason so that you can help yourself win a baseball game by doing the little things. That's what the Giants have been able to do more times than not. That's why they've been able to win 2 world championships.
And bunting with 2 strikes fouled. There is 1 away in the third. Officially scored as Tim Hudson's second strikeout of the night, so it'll be up to DENARD, Span and company now with 1 away.
Awfully frustrating because you pride yourself as a pitcher being able to do that. Put a lot of pressure with 2 strikes. That's why it's harder to bunt it to third base with 2 strikes. That simple reason why you can pull it foul and result in the K.
The question is always asked among lay fans, how come guys in baseball today can't bunt? The answer is too long and too complicated and too subjective to get into in a telecast. But part of the reason that's been suggested is that players aren't asked to bunt as much as back in the day. True of pitchers as well. Here's Span now, who offers it the first pitch and sends a chopper to belt. Cabrera to third with 2 gone.
Well, here's the deal. For a pitcher, you know it's going to be a little bit more, you have to be more precise because the element of taking a swing is out. So you've got the infielders crashing, and you have to place it in the one spot, and that talked about at the third. For a position player, the element of hitting is still there. They have an easier job. To your point, I don't think they work on it as well. It's not valued. And then guess what? These are the situations where it really matters, because a run, typically in the postseason, has so much value added to it. In the regular season, not a big deal. Play for the big inning.
Well, a runner at third now with 2 away, and it'll be up to Anthony Rendon.
2-out hits are so huge at any time during baseball, but in the postseason, you will just see this crowd go crazy because 2-out hits are that important.
Rendon singled in the first. Nationals without a hit so far with runners in scoring position. And as much as The Giants earned the win yesterday. They didn't really come out that much better in that category either. They were 3-15, stranding 10 in a win last night. 1-1 to Rendon.
Rendon missed his pitch right there. Get his hands out over the plate. Looks like he's reaching with his hands. That ball coming back over the middle. This pitch right here is what just could not get the barrel of it and the meat of it. Hudson gets away with one here. You see set up away and the sinker. That's the arm side I was talking about, that when it leaks, that's where Tim Hudson gets in a little trouble. When it doesn't and stays on plane and holds that outside part of the plate, he's awfully tough to hit.
Posey sets up on the outside corner. Rendon shoots it into left field. 1-0 Nationals. Washington's first lead of the series.
Went back away and still caught too much of the plate over the middle, and you see he was able to get it between short and third. You could just tell this crowd's like, please just give us a lead, and they've got it.
A couple of singles for Anthony Rendon tonight. And both of them pulled through that 5.5 hole into left field. That one scored a run. Now it's Jason Worth, again with big career numbers against Tim Hudson. Good play by Buster Posey, keeps Rendon at first. Jason Worth, the most postseason seasoned Nationals player in the 7th postseason of his career. Takes a fastball to make it 1-1.
He loves working the count. Every once in a while, I would say about the second or third. Depends what he wants to do. He'll jump on that first pitch just to change the rhythm. We're seeing about 4 1/4 pitches per at bat.
Well, backup breaking ball misses. It's 2-1. Big numbers in the season series against San Francisco pitching this year. 2 balls and a strike to count to Jason Worth, with Adam LaRoche waiting on deck. A runner at first with a run in and 2 gone. You know, in our discussion earlier, John, of San Francisco's recent postseason success, a National League record 9 straight postseason wins entering tonight. This is just the second time they've trailed in their last 10 postseason games.
It's just amazing.
Worth with a drive into center field. Blanco setting up with room to retire the side. The Nationals do have their first lead of the series, however, thanks to their young third baseman Anthony Rendon. Through 3, 1-0 Nats. of it like Anthony Rendon in their first ever postseason, and tonight hasn't gone without anything going wrong for young Anthony Rendon. 2 for 2 with the game's only RBI. Top half of the fourth, and Jordan Zimmermann working with a lead back to work. Top half of the fourth inning, he'll get Buster Posey to lead it off, and starts him with a strike. Posey singled in the first. One of 3 singles for the Giants tonight. Each has come on a 2-strike pitch. There's another ground ball to the left side of the infield. This one doesn't get through. And there's one away for Jordan Zimmermann. Zimmermann very aggressive. Something we asked his pitching coach Steve McCaddy about between innings.
He's just going to attack. That's just his mentality. He's going to throw the ball over the plate. And we always talk about you got to expand the zone a little bit. And sometimes his temperament. He wants to throw a strike so bad he'll get off of it a little bit, but as long as he doesn't rush and if something happens and quicken his pace, he's usually pretty good. That's just him. He's going to throw fastballs. He's going to come right at you. He doesn't want to walk you, and he's willing to give up some hits to go along with that thought process.
In-game interview brought to you by DirecTV. As we talked about earlier, and as the guys on the pregame show talked about, Jordan Zimmermann could have easily been a series opening starter. He could be a number 1 on any staff, including this one, depending on how you look at it. Steven Strasburg got the ball yesterday. Zimmermann in game 2.
And here's that dilemma, Matt, because I know a lot of people talk about it. His demeanor may be more suited for that game 1 and his adrenaline and how he goes about it. But the stuff of the first guy, pretty dynamic. And they had to almost see what Strasburg, Zimmermann, and now they've added Pfister. That's the luxury they have. They both play in either scenario. They both have great stuff.
A swing and a miss by Pablo Sandoval. 3rd strikeout of the night for Jordan Zimmermann.
And they go about it in a much different way. We talked about the Bentley of Strasburg just sitting back for a ride because he's got great stuff. This guy will get you racing just watching the game. You'll want to play defense behind him because he's quick, he's attacking, and when it looks good, everybody goes, man, that's it. Throw that fastball.
2 gone, bases empty now for Hunter Pence, who was also single tonight. Offering on the first pitch. Zimmermann will do it himself. The quickest of 1, 2, 3 innings in the top of the 4th. 1, 2, 3 in that top of the fourth. San Francisco hitters had reached base in 10 straight innings in this series. So if you look for small moments maybe for the script to flip, that top of the fourth may have been one. Adam LaRoche leads things off in the Nats fourth, and on the first pitch he hits a fly ball into foul territory that Pablo Sandoval runs down. So we have two starters, John, who are aggressive strike throwers, and each lineup has kind of responded as such. We've seen a lot of early swings today.
Yeah, and if you make a good pitch on a strike and the hitter attacks it, you're going to get outs. If you don't, you're going to get quick action. I think that's the theme of tonight's game, and the theme that each hitter knows. Look, they don't walk many people. Tim Hudson started his career with the Giants by 4 straight games of 7 innings or more without walking a guy, so you know he's going to attack the strike zone. Pick one out that you like.
Ian Desmond takes a pitch on the corner for strike 1.
That's the area right there. I don't care if you're looking for it, you can't hit it. You've got to have that ball come back more over the plate. That was pain away.
Posey sets up away once again, and a ground ball, base hit back up the middle. Ian Desmond's first hit of the series.
Tim will do this every once in a while. He'll change his arm angle to get more sink. Watch him drop his arm angle down almost 3/4 to try and get that ball to stay right back out there, but you saw it come back over the middle plate, and that's what you've got to do. Attack a sinker baller up the middle. And another base hit for the Nats.
So a 1-out base runner now in front of Bryce Harper.
Shocker, I've already ruined my scorecard. We're not even in the fourth.
I don't know how you do that.
It's brutal.
Harper takes strike 1. Bryce Harper 4 for 17 in his career against Tim Hudson, including his hitless start to the night tonight. But the thing fresh on everybody's minds here in the ballpark isn't his head-to-head with Hudson. It's the ball he hit on the head last night that went an estimated 445 feet into the night. There goes Desmond, and he'll get in safely without a throw.
Well, they got such a huge break. You see Posey trying to cheat a little bit, and see how he sneaks out to try and grab the ball over the middle of the plate. This break is right away, and Posey can see it. We've already talked about 15 out of 18 had stolen on, make that 16 and 19 now on Tim Hudson. This is one area that Harper has to get a little better. This year, runners in scoring position has been a tough spot for him. .173 average, and it gets a lot worse with 2 outs.
Yeah, the .173 batting average with runners in scoring position for Bryce Harper is the lowest among all Nationals regulars. Home run yesterday was a solo shot. Trying to pick up Desmond at second with 1 gone.
Hardest thing at this time is controlled aggression. Wanting to do the thing that you want to do so bad, you sometimes overswing and try too hard.
A foul ball. Let's take you back to the home run from yesterday. Against the rookie right-hander Hunter Strickland. All the way into the third deck.
And this guy, again, we talk about, he's not even 22 yet, so he's still learning, but he doesn't have to learn on a fastball. It's pretty easy to determine that this guy loves hitting fastballs, and his swing is tailor-made for it. Making adjustments on what probably is going to be an off-speed pitch with 2 strikes, that's going to be the key. A split out of Huddy or a breaking ball.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Bryce Harper. The expectations placed on Bryce Harper to hit a 445-foot home run every time he steps in are great. Former #1 overall pick. Youngest ever to start an All-Star game. 2 postseason home runs before his 22nd birthday. The Gatorade commercials. A lot of attention. At the end of the day, he's still 21. A swing and a miss, 2 away.
And that's what I'm talking about. The crowd can actually amp you up on an off-speed pitch that Tim Hudson knew he did not have to throw him a strike here. The crowd starts standing, they start yelling. You know that Harper wants to be a hero here and get the run driven in, but that's pitched nowhere close to a strike recognition.
So 2 gone now with Desmond still at second, and it'll be up to the catcher Wilson Ramos, who is 0 for 4 so far in the series. A strike to Ramos. Hudson trying to strand the 1-out single and subsequent stolen base, and he gets a really regrettable pass by Ramos on that ball to make it 0-2.
This is just getting fooled. Thinking a fastball's coming, can't stop your swing. And you go ahead and just say, well, they're going to get me for the check swing. I'll just ole it.
Desmond at second with 2 gone. Hudson trying to hold the deficit at 1-0. Very close to the spot he got that cold strike to start the plate appearance. This one misses, and it's 1-2.
That was one of the firmer ones. He was really trying to lock him up away. You could see him a little bit overthrow. The ball elevated.
As Drupal Cabrera waits on deck, he doubled and scored the lone run of the night last inning. On the corner to strike him out. 4 punch-outs for the 4-time All-Star tonight. Through 4, still just 1-0 Nats. Football season and almost taking shape the same way this Major League Baseball postseason has begun. Got Oregon losing earlier this week. Perhaps some big shakeups among the favorites. Here's Brandon Belt to lead things off in the visitors' half of the fifth. Go ahead, say what you're thinking. Share it with America. I know exactly what's on your mind.
What about Michigan State?
Yeah.
I still need a prayer. Need a lot of things to happen.
Who is Michigan State playing tonight?
Nebraska.
Okay. How do you feel about that?
I feel really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
0-1 the count to Brandon Belt leading things off in the Giants' fifth. That one almost hit him. Misses inside. It's a ball and a strike. 3 strikeouts for Jordan Zimmermann tonight. He has not walked a batter. Given up just the 3 singles. A one-hopper to first. Adam LaRoche, a former Gold Glover, routine play for him, and there's 1 away.
As this game goes on and the starters stay in it, you'll see maybe more and more a little bit of the blowing on the hands, the wind that's bringing in a little bit of a cool temperatures. You see, no longer do you have to step off the mound to go to your mouth or blow on your hands, so each pitcher goes about it different ways. I don't ever remember Zimmermann having sleeves on. Could be 35 degrees. He may just appear that way no matter what the temperature is.
There's Brandon Crawford now with 1 away. Yeah, I think it's you're breaking the code as a Wisconsin native, as Jordan Zimmermann is, by putting on sleeves or showing any effects from cold. It's not supposed to do that if you're from the north. JP, a very proud Wisconsinite is Jordan Zimmermann.
He is, Matt, and a great ice fisherman as well. So as a great ice fisherman, of course, no need for sleeves today. He lives still in the town where he was born, Auburndale, Wisconsin, population 703. He told me a couple weeks ago he can still go out to dinner in the wintertime without really being bothered. He's just one of the guys there, Matt.
I mean, I don't know where you do go to dinner in a town of population 700. Maybe just go to a buddy's house.
I'll tell you this, no teammate of his better tell him his team lost today. Might upset the apple cart.
Oh, you're talking about the Badgers?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They lost to Northwestern.
2 balls and 2 strikes. The count to Brandon Crawford. Another bouncer for LaRoche.
What you're seeing here is a guy that feels really good about his fastball, and he's attacking these hitters with the exception of a couple breaking ball base hits by the Giants. There's a couple at bats that have overmatched with his rising fastball, and he has been really good with the amount of pitches he throws per out, as you said, and the fact that he feels like the rhythm of the last second half, he is virtually and has been unbeaten.
There's Travis Ishikawa now with 2 out and the base is empty, and on the first pitch sprays a ground ball to the other corner. Rendon's up with another very quick inning as Jordan Zimmermann has retired 9 in a row. And here at Nationals Park, more than just 703 people cheering on his behalf tonight. Still 1-0 Nats. Still the 1-0 lead for the Nationals. We hit the bottom half of the 5th as Drupal Cabrera, Jordan Zimmermann, and Denard span the 8, 9, and top of the order hitters for Matt Williams. A run on 4 hits for the Nats. No runs on 3 singles for San Francisco. And in stark contrast to some of the postseason track meets we've seen around the league, this has been a rare, so far this postseason, rare pitcher's duel.
Yeah, and a quick one. Each starter has not sat down very long, and Tim Hudson's got to wonder, man, did I even sit down the last 3 innings? It's been that quick.
Back to Hudson, who does a kind of a modified goalie save to record the out by flipping to first. But Tim Hudson tonight making his 9th career postseason start. His one and only win came back in 2001, Game 2 of the ALDS at the Yankees, when he outpitched Andy Pettitte for a 2-0 win. The A's took a 2-0 series lead back to Oakland. They lose that series in 5 games. And as a result, in part, Tim Hudson has never made it out of the division series. Amazing when you consider his postseason experiences. This is the 7th time that he's pitched in the postseason. His teams have never advanced to a league championship series.
Right now he's still trying to get that sting.
There's Jordan Zimmermann now with 1 away and the base is empty. Tonight's postseason start for Hudson, by the way, is just his 2nd since 2005. So the overwhelming majority of his fall matchups came early in his career as an Oakland A. Nothing in 2 the count to Zimmermann.
Well, you know when you're taking on a postseason start, you know the in-between innings are going to last a little longer. Commercial breaks, so you prepare for it. The last 2 innings that Zimmermann has been on the field has been less than 6 minutes total. So you're sitting down not for a very long time, then the commercial break, and you're back out on the field. That's how quickly he has worked, and Tim has worked quick as well. That's what happens when you get a lot of outs and not a lot of traffic.
5th strikeout of the night by Hudson, and now Denard Span, who's 0 for 2 tonight and hitless in the series.
Yeah, need him to get going a little bit. He has been a catalyst for him really the whole second half, and getting him on base would get this engine going for the offense for the Nationals.
So what you're saying on that time thing, if I heard you correctly, is Jordan Zimmermann's last 2 innings have been about the same time as the last 2 commercial breaks?
Correct.
This makes those trips to the fridge rather challenging for our viewers at home. A ball and no strikes, the count to Denard Span. Denard Span, like Tim Hudson, trying to get to a league championship series for the first time in his career. His frustration's not quite as pronounced as Hudson's. Twice as a Twin, Span went to the division series only to lose. Take a look at that to quantify Tim Hudson. 9 starts in the LDS without moving on, the most ever. And again, this is his 10th tonight. Where will you be the next time history is made? Be there for all the action in 2015. Go to MLB.com/season tickets to reserve your seat today. Hudson would like to end this inning right here because Anthony Rendon on deck is 2 for 2 for him this afternoon. 2 balls and a strike to count to Denard Span. To 2-2.
Hudson's done a nice job just mixing it up, even when he's behind the count, putting the ball in places where it makes it difficult for the Nationals batters to really get locked in and look at one area. You can already tell that the rest has helped him, and his sinker and his off-speed pitches have been pretty good.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Washington's leadoff hitter. Span shoots that one into the corner, foul. You know, you get to thinking about some of these postseason frustrations for guys that have been around as long as Tim Hudson has in his 16th season. He'll be 40 next year. Under contract, of course, to return to the Giants, a team that seems to be a perennial postseason factor. The last thing you want to be is the pitching equivalent to Carl Yastrzemski. All those years, all those postseason opportunities without the big ring. Here's his 2-2 to Span. Line to first, right at Brandon Belt to retire the side in order in the 5th. Presented by Budweiser. Back with John Smoltz and J.P. Morosi, Matt Vasgersian in D.C. 1-0 Nationals as we go to the top half of the 6th. And the Giants open with Tim Hudson, Gregor Blanco, and Joe PANIK.
Got to keep it away from Tim Hudson. He likes it in his college days. He set all kinds of offensive numbers. Still swinging a little bit.
3 career home runs, but behind here 0-2.
But you do get to a point when you get older that fastball seems a little bit faster when you don't get to bat but once every 5 days.
Drop down at sacrifice in the 3rd, and that 3rd inning, as modest as the opportunity was, still stands as what was the Giants' best opportunity to push across a run. Leadoff single, then a sacrifice. They had a runner at second with 1 away. Zimmerman struck out Blanco, and then PANIK bounced out to retire the threat. Washington's run coming on an RBI single by Anthony Rendon in the third. That's the only activity on the scoreboard tonight. 2-2. You know, it'd be easy to say that a lopsided score or a bunch of runs would surprise you given the quality of starting pitching matchups we've seen in the series so far. But to reiterate what we mentioned earlier tonight, John Lester versus James Shields, Clayton Kershaw versus Adam Wainwright. Those games combined to yield 36 runs as Tim Hudson strikes out. So Hudson and Zimmerman have both been very efficient tonight. And just by way of comparison, Peavy and Strasburg were great yesterday, but they had to do a little bit more work. Through 5 last night, they were each in the low to mid 80s. Tonight through 5, as you can see the difference, Hudson and Zimmerman rolling along a little more efficiently.
Yeah, well, when you're throwing strikes and you're on attack, I mean, you as a hitter don't want to get to 2 strikes.
So 1 gone now for Gregor Blanco. He has struck out and popped up in the infield behind 0-1.
Each leadoff hitter has been able to do anything to disrupt the rhythm and get on base and make it a havoc for the pitcher. That's part of the success formula for each starting pitcher. They've been able to eliminate really the guys who could steal and draw attention, change that rhythm, hold the ball, throw to first.
Line to shortstop for Desmond, and there are 2 gone. 11 in a row set down by Zimmerman.
Sure, this was a similar type start in his no-hitter. Really quick, working fast, throwing strikes. Probably set a record for the most players ever playing in a no-hitter, I would imagine. And then the one change in the 9th inning, the left fielder makes that incredible play to end it.
A strike to Joe Panik. I think Matt Williams felt pretty good about himself when he made that move, putting Steve Souza in left field to finish off the no-hitter. Panik wraps that one to first. Jordan Zimmerman rolling right along. 12 in a row retired by the Nationals. Right-hander, the middle of his order, trying to get him a little more support as we go to the bottom of the 6th with Washington up a run. A 1-0 game, and a symbol as such, the lone Washington Monument. Such a terrific day, weekend, week spent touring our nation's capital. You're of the mind to do a lot of sightseeing on trips like this. Did you get out and see anything this week?
No, usually I'm checking out golf courses. And they got some good ones here, by the way.
Anthony Rendon leads things off in the last of the 6th. It'll be Rendon, Worth, and LaRoche with a 1-0 Nationals lead here in the 6th inning. Tim Hudson getting a strike call on the outside corner to get in front, 0-1. Something he's done often tonight. Hudson has struck out 4. He has scattered the 4 hits and again yielded the 1 run that came against Rendon back in the 3rd. An RBI single with 2 away. Chopper over the plate and through. Anthony Rendon's 3 for 3 tonight. Take you back to the home 3rd with 2 away. An RBI single to left. That's it on the scoreboard tonight.
Yeah, he's placed them perfectly. If you're the Washington National crowd, you're satisfied with the lead, but you need more. You're not comfortable with 1 run. And if you're San Francisco, you got to be excited about the start you're getting out of Tim Hudson. You're only down 1-0 against Zimmerman, who has been hot. So everybody is in an anxious moment right now when you think about Washington down 1-0 in the series, up 1-0 in the game, looking to add on and make it more comfortable for their starter.
And here for the 3rd time is the matchup that many have waited to translate into success for the Nationals. Jason Worth with significant previous success against Tim Hudson. A .386 career hitter in 44 at-bats with 4 home runs. On the ground is shortstop. Crawford's got only 1 play, gets it to first just in time for out number 1.
I'll tell you what, as a pitcher, when you know a guy has had success against you, as we see this chopper and a real good sinker thrown to Jason Worth, you look at the film, you see what the other guy's been successful against you, and you try to adjust. And he's done a nice job adjusting against Worth, mixing it up, not relying on the same type pitches in the counts that he had before. So that's one hurdle for Tim Hudson coming into this game. That guy had a lot of success off of you, and you want to make sure you make the pitches to at least temper that.
So here's Adam LaRoche, also 0 for 2 tonight. Runner in scoring position for him with 1 away.
The shift they have now with a runner on second puts pressure on Panda because they've got to protect against the steal. You see where they are. They would have Sandoval way over more if there was nobody on. So your guessing game is, if you're going to steal, you got to get a good jump, and Sandoval's going to have to read that as the pitch is going to the plate. That's what these shifts can do, and get guys out of position and make it difficult to defend against the normal plays.
0-1 to LaRoche, almost got him.
Just pulls it. He pulls his sinker, trying to get that front door action where it starts as a ball and ends up as a strike. And you can see he just over-rotated when he was trying to throw it. A sinker baller's front shoulder has to be so good for him to have that natural sink and keep his head still. Tim Hudson doesn't have the quietest head when he delivers the ball.
1-1 to LaRoche, right into the shift for PANIK in shallow right. Almost in that beer league rover position. He's able to throw out LaRoche. Rendon to third. At the top of the order, as we showed you earlier, we'll refresh it. Just 5 for 25 in the series. You take Rendon out of there, and it's been a lot of futility.
Yeah, it has been a lot of pressure on this lineup, of course. Very few chances, although they've had a couple now with man on third and 2 outs. They cashed in once, looking to get another big 2-out hit.
Ian Desmond has a base hit and a stolen bag tonight. His first hit of the series came in the 4th. Tim Hudson's been starting right-handed hitters on that outside corner very successfully tonight, and from my eyes, John, it looks like he's had a real pitcher's friendly strike zone to work with.
He has, and it's a good one for him, and he stays right there. His lower body looks so much better. He's driving to the plate, which allows that sinker to have life at the end, and he's holding its plane, meaning it's staying in that lane where Posey wants it. Every once in a while, you're going to get that. You're going to get an overthrow, and you're going to pull it. When you pull a sinker, it does the opposite of what you want it to do. And so when you stay back and allow that natural movement to take its place, that's what he's been pretty good at. He's mixed in some really good off-speed pitches to keep him off of it. But Tim looks a lot better than he has in the second half, where the numbers skyrocketed ERA.
Gene Machi's the right-hander. And Javier Lopez, who pitched last night, also up in the bullpen for the Giants. A ball and 2 strikes. The count to Ian Desmond. So can you tell the difference? I mean, just physically, and you know Tim Hudson as well as anybody, having been staff mates for such a long time. You can tell the difference when that hip isn't giving him any trouble, as it appears to be the case tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, again, the foundation down below your feet, your legs are going to correlate up top. And the biggest thing for Tim Hudson, when he's throwing a good sinker, it looks like a split finger. It doesn't look fair. And when it gets lateral, or there's not that tilt to that sink, it's more hittable of a pitch, and he hasn't thrown too many of those. Remember I said arm side sinker getting away from him into a right-hander? He's done a great job of that.
6 strikeouts for Tim Hudson tonight, as Posey finishes with a throw and a leadoff single is left stranded. We played 6 complete. It's still just 1-0 Washington. Just a little hint of fall in the air. It's getting a little chilly tonight. The Nationals have the tube heater in the home dugout. Throw him the heater, Ricky. Anthony Rendon heating up before he goes out to take the field behind Jordan Zimmermann, who has kept the Giants' bats cold. 12 consecutive hitters retired, the longest playoff streak in Nationals franchise history. He'll try to extend it here in the top of the 7th against Buster Posey, Pablo Sandoval, and Hunter Pence. Posey lines to third on the first pitch of the plate appearance, and Rendon is there to answer one away.
Once again, you could just sense everybody not holding their breath, but things are going smoothly for the Nats. You think that they had a 5-0 lead. It's only 1-0. The Giants sticking around, trying to find a way to get on base to break that streak. Now 13 straight.
So one streak against another now. As Zimmermann has retired 13 in a row, he faces Pablo Sandoval, who's hit safely in 12 consecutive postseason games. That's a Giants franchise record. And if he can keep it going tonight, we can start to talk about a National League record. Marquise Grissom of the Braves. Can't go too far without talking about one of your old teammates these days. Hit in 15 straight postseason games between 95 and 96. Sandoval's going to need another at-bat to try to keep his streak alive. There are 2 away. The upset watch is on at more than one venue in college football. Time for a game break as we check in with Chris Myers. Exciting day on the gridiron already.
Some of the prayers are being answered.
Are you worried about Sparty at all now, given what's been happening?
No, they're motivated. They're ready.
Okay. All right. Here's Hunter Pence with 2 gone. Pence has one of the 3 Giants singles today.
Rare 2-0 count here in the last 4 innings. Seems like everything's been strikes and action right after that.
Sharply hit on the ground to shortstop. 15 in a row retired by Jordan Zimmermann. The Nationals lead it 1-0 as we hit the 7th inning stretch and keep the telecast right here to honor our country with God Bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us as we honor our great country with a performance of God Bless America. Once again, D.C., Washington.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the ocean's wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Sometimes we're guilty of overdoing the term classic pitchers duel, but tonight's certainly fits the bill. Tim Hudson, Jordan Zimmermann, both have been super. Jordan Zimmermann with 7 shutout innings. Hudson's only blemish, the RBI single that he yielded to Anthony Rendon in the third. 1-0 Nats as we play on bottom of the 7th. Bryce Harper leads things off against Hudson. It'll be Harper followed by Ramos and Cabrera, the 6, 7, 8 batters for Matt Williams Nationals. Back with John Smoltz, JP Morosi, Matt Vasgersian. This has been a lot of fun to watch. A 1-run game in the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, it has, and we probably thought this was going to be the game you were going to watch last night. That's not the case. These two pitchers have been on their game, throwing strikes, and they're keeping the ball out of the middle of the plate. That's why it's given the hitters so much problem.
For Bryce Harper, the night after hitting a 445-foot home run into the top tank, and 0 for 2 today in game 2. Grounded to second in the 2nd inning, punched out in the 4th. The 1-1 on the inside corner to put him behind 1 and 2.
Tried to go away. Rarely do you get that call when you miss that bad, but Harper gave him a little bit of that. Come on now, his glove was way out there.
What you talking about, Willis? Stays alive on a ball and 2 strikes. But Bryce Harper's got great bat control. This we all know. And before the game, we actually had a guy in our production truck counting. He got to 39 in 19 seconds. There's a commercial endorsement there somewhere, marketing people. Ichiro, eat your heart out. A ball and 2 strikes. The Washington bullpen, which has been quiet all night, has Tyler Clippard up and throwing just in case. Jordan Zimmermann showing no signs of cracking, but if the Nats can have an opportunity to perhaps put somebody aboard here and score an additional run, Matt Williams at least wants to be ready.
Yeah, that could very well be the case when you're thinking about an added bonus run or 2. That is huge, and then trusting your bullpen, which has been really good from the 7th on, and in this case it would be the 8th on.
Harper grounds to Panik. A great play to his left, and there's 1 away.
It's amazing the contrasting styles between the 2 starters of each club in these first 2 games. For Tim Hudson, he's kind of a drop and drive, relies on sink and movement, kind of similar to Jake Peavy. And then 2 tall, powerful pitchers for the Nationals. Stand up, kind of get after it with a fastball. Both have done very good in this game, and of course kept their teams in it. But you get this sense still like it's just 1-0.
Here's Wilson Ramos now. A base hit back up the middle.
Matt Williams will be given an interesting choice. First-year manager for the Nationals going to the playoffs. You see this swing right back up the middle. Ramos checking in the hit category. But given the situation, unless there's a double play ball, he's going to have a choice to make on whether or not to keep in his hot starter or try to go for some runs. I would say with 2 outs, he's going to leave them in. If they happen to get a double here or a base hit first and second, you might see him bunt. Double, you might see him pinch hit. These are the decisions this time of the year. Everyone thinks they can make them at home. They're not that easy.
As Drupal Cabrera is responsible for the only extra base hit in the game so far. As Hudson misses the outside corner to the Nats second baseman. Danny Espinosa has a bat. Nate Scherholtz has a bat. Sherholtz had a pinch hit double in last night's game. One and one. Gives you the sense on a night like tonight, and granted the stakes are ratcheted up in the postseason. Tim Hudson has 214 career wins. He'll be 40 next year. He's been in the big leagues for 16 years. The big takeaway I draw from that number is that we might not see another 300 game winner in our lifetimes.
Yeah, I highly doubt it based on the way the game is going.
2-1.
The luxury of some really nice, good contracts and guys not maybe playing 20 years anymore.
And I say that because Tim Hudson is the active wins leader in baseball with 214. You had 213, if I'm not mistaken.
213,
right?
Yep.
Could you have imagined some 80, 90 more wins in your career?
Well, I missed 5 years, 3 of them in the bullpen and a couple due to injuries.
So that's a yes.
Yeah, maybe. I would like to think so if I didn't go to the pen, but
you gotcha.
CC Sabathia.
He's got 208.
Yep. Everybody thought he might be the guy, but his injuries have slowed him down. My money's on Clayton Kershaw.
He could be a candidate. So many things have to break your way. You've got to pitch for a good team for a lot of years. You've got to stay healthy. 300 wins. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Cabrera. Sticking around. Again, Tyler Clippard is hot in the bullpen for the Nationals at this point. And whether or not we see a pinch hitter for Jordan Zimmermann will have everything to do with this plate appearance against Asdrubal Cabrera, as John mentions.
Cabrera fouling that one off his foot a little bit, walking it off. Trying to get the feeling back in his front foot. Crowd knows their chances of seeing their team come back really rest on this one game right here. They've got to find a way to secure this and win column and then take one out in San Francisco.
2-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Strikeout number 7 for Tim Hudson tonight.
Watch the bottom drop out of that. That's an incredible split finger. At least looked like a split finger. It's always hard to tell. I had to chart him most of the times in Atlanta. I had a hard time telling when he had a good sinker and a good split what the difference was. That change of speeds right there, it just got Cabrera off balance.
So Jordan Zimmermann to bat in his spot in the order here with 2 out and a runner at first. Zimmermann has struck out twice tonight and takes strike 1. The scores in Tim Hudson's last 5 starts were 10-9, 6-1, 17-0, 5-0, and 9-1. All of them losses. A great play by Pablo Sandoval. Tim Hudson has been brilliant tonight. We'll go to the 8th. Belt Crawford and Ishikawa hoping his efforts aren't in vain. pitching and defense on display in what has been a magnificently played Game 2 of the National League Division Series between the Giants and the Nationals. Tim Hudson has been terrific, as has his opposite number, Jordan Zimmermann, who goes back to work in the top half of the 8th on top 1-0, facing the 6, 7, 8 batters for the Giants. Brandon Belt leads it off for San Francisco, trailing by a run. First pitch swinging. A ball looking for no man's land. Ian Desmond out there to make the over-the-shoulder grab.
This has been unreal, this game, and the tempo of everything going. This could have easily fallen in, but he gets there in plenty of time over the shoulder and makes it look a little easier than it was. And the rhythm continues for Zimmermann. Somehow the Giants got to get him out of the stretch.
Brandon Crawford hitless tonight after a 3-hit opener a night ago. Just 3 Giant singles tonight. And they were scattered in the first 3 innings of the game. Zimmermann has retired 16 in a row as he gets in front of Crawford 0-1. That's hammered into the corner, and a foul ball.
I actually think in a weird way the first inning single helped out Zimmermann more than anything. Here's a guy coming off a no-hitter his last start, and then you watch how close this ball just about a foot foul. But he has gotten back into that no-hitter rhythm really in the middle part of this game. There has been no signs of anything other than attack with the fastball, and the Giant hitters are hitting him right at the National defenders.
Crawford is swung on and missed. Strike 3. 5 punch-outs for Jordan Zimmermann tonight.
He's climbing the ladder. Fastball aggression. Crawford out of the zone.
Tonight, UFC Fight Night returns to Fox Sports 1 with an epic night of bouts, including a welterweight showdown between second-ranked Rory McDonald and 9th-ranked Tarek Saffiedine. The action starts at 8:30 Eastern tonight on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. 2 gone for Travis Ishikawa. You know, to your point, John, as to how efficient Jordan Zimmermann has been and how the pace has been directed by him all night. He's recorded 23 outs tonight. 9 of those outs have come in the first 2 pitches of the plate appearance.
Yeah, it's almost like watching fast-paced football where everybody's trying to get a play in as fast as they can. That's what these pitchers have been able to do. And the fact that there hasn't been much, there's tension anyways. It's 1-0. Every pitch is stressful. But there hasn't been a lot of base runners. He hasn't been out of the stretch in a while. So that rhythm that every pitcher wants to have in a game like today, you feel good just pumping in strikes and throwing it. When the crowd gets going, your juices get going.
Pinch hitter Matt Duffy waits on deck, hoping for a chance with a 2-strike count to Travis Ishikawa. Ball and 2 strikes to the San Francisco left fielder. Tried to get him to go up the ladder as he did Crawford. One of the side benefits of retiring 16 in a row is the chance that Zimmermann may only have to face Posey, Sandoval, and Pence 3 times tonight.
Yeah, it's just been an outstanding job. I looked at this series and you go, okay, the Nationals, no-brainer. Their staff speaks for themselves. 2 starting pitchers for the Giants, losing records, doesn't tell the story. Didn't get a lot of runs, but they have done exactly what you want between Peavy and Hudson, only giving up 1 run, and now between Strasburg and Zimmermann only giving up 2 runs.
Line to first for LaRoche, who dives to his right to make the play. Another 1-2-3 inning for Jordan Zimmermann. On MLB Network, Lance Lynn and the Cardinals try to take a surprising 2-0 lead on Zach Greinke and the Dodgers. Then tomorrow on TBS, the Orioles face the Tigers on top in an elimination game. The Angels square off against the Royals, down 0-2 and going back to KC, that is. AC, they're not going to Atlantic City. They're going to Missouri after all. Yeah. Don't miss any of the action. The Nationals looking for some late insurance tonight. DENARD Span, top of the order against Tim Hudson, who continues in the last of the eighth.
Nobody's tried any bunts. Nobody's tried anything to disrupt the tempo of each pitcher. That's how good the strike throwing has been. And really the lack of being out of the stretch. Nationals could desperately use some added runs.
The Nationals Geico in-game box score. The damage coming from Anthony Rendon, responsible for exactly half of Washington's hit total and driving in the only run of the game back in the third. This isn't going to make Tim Hudson feel any better, but the last pitcher to throw a postseason complete game loss was Tim Hudson. Game 3 of the 2000 American League Division Series. He has been magnificent tonight.
He really has, and we documented the second half was not the trend that you would think you were going to see if you're following trends. This second half, 2-11, pretty much after June. 5.13 ERA. He has been on his game, and as I mentioned, 1-12 when his team scores 2 runs or less. A big part of those 13 losses that is on his record.
His biggest problem tonight has been Jordan Zimmermann has been just that much better. The 0-2 to Span. A ball and 2 strikes now. As good as the Giants have been in the postseason under Bruce Bochy, the San Francisco Giants have never won the first 2 games of a best-of-5 series. And given their recent success, that might come as a surprise to some. A swing and a miss. Another strikeout for Hudson.
Well, the Giants are one of those teams that just says you can't do it. Like, they like it better when you can't do it. Down 2 games to none in the best-of-5, they win 3 in a row against Cincinnati. Down 3-1 against the St. Louis Cardinals, they win 3 in a row. And for good measure, sweep the next team in the World Series.
Here's Anthony Rendon now. The only trouble spot for Hudson all night.
Just walk him.
3 for 3 with that RBI in the 3rd. On the corner to get ahead 0-1. Hudson has punched out 8 tonight. A personal postseason best for him.
He's had more than 6 days rest. He's 2-0 this year. We talked about the 9-day rest. Sometimes that can have a little rust, but in his case, I think the rest helped him. 39 years old. Saw the formula that Jake Peavy paved out there yesterday, and he's doubled down right on it. He's just done everything you have to do to keep the Nationals off the bases.
A ball and 2 strikes to Anthony Rendon. Jason Worth waiting next with 1 out and the base is empty. A 1-2 count to the 24-year-old former first rounder. For such a long time, the conversation of how good the young Nationals were was centered around just Steven Strasburg and Bryce Harper. Anthony Rendon really changed that dialogue this year. In fact, on a couple of occasions, a few of his own teammates spoke out and said, you know, you talk about some of the best young players in baseball. We might have one of them here that folks don't really know as much about, and that's Rendon. A full count now to him, 3-2. From the southwest suburbs of Houston to Rice University, where he was a star, to making an almost immediate impact after being drafted as recently as 2011. And he has been a one-man offensive band tonight. The 3-2 to him. Anthony Rendon is 4 for 4 tonight. And that appears to be the end of the line for Tim Hudson.
Well, he just stays out over the middle of the plate with his fastball. Again, goes up the middle, trying not to do too much. 4 hits. The only blemish really for Tim Hudson is that'll do it for him.
The Giants go to the bullpen for Gene Machie. We'll be back. Fight Night is underway and currently on Fox Sports 2, as well as streaming live on the Fox Sports Go app and foxsportsgo.com. But what a fight we've had here between two terrific starting pitchers. Tim Hudson, brilliant, finally exiting after 7 1/3, did not walk a batter, yielded only the 1 run on 7 hits, struck out 8, a personal postseason best. On the other side of the scorecard, Jordan Zimmermann is in a stretch of retiring 18 straight batters and has been, John, just that much better.
Yeah, we knew coming in, both offenses knew, hey, we're not going to take a lot of pitches. These guys don't throw many balls, so we're going to have to be aggressive, and the pitchers have won tonight.
So Gene Machi enters from the Giants bullpen. They'll face Jason Worth with 1 out and 1 on, and trying to preserve the 1-run deficit for the top of the ninth.
Fastball at about 92 with a hard slider, downward action. But his pitch is the splitter. It's his go-to split. Splitter is his go-to pitch, is what I'm trying to say.
Machi's number was called often out of the Giants bullpen this year. Made a team-high 71 relief appearances in 2014. Jason Worth looking for his first hit of the night, and his first of this postseason. 0 for 5 in 2 games in the series.
The Giants have attacked both him and LaRoche, I think, extremely well. Their game plan has been successful. They've kept these two guys, which is a big part of the Nats' offense.
One and one. Anthony Rendon aboard after his 4th hit of the night, which, by the way, is a franchise postseason record, and that dates back to the Montreal days. Worth behind 1 and 2.
Good slider there at 82. Arm angle down a little bit. Get it to sweep away from the right-hander.
The right-hander out of the stretch as he misses to make it 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Based on what I've seen, you almost got to pitch Jason Worth backwards. It looks like he's much more comfortable with 2 strikes. You can surprise him with some fastballs. The question is when? When do you do that? 2-2 count right here, and he threw 2 sliders. See if he goes fastball here to try to lock him up. Maybe sitting off speed.
You know, as much as Zimmermann and Hudson work quickly, Machi is really the antithesis to that.
Is that opposite?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't want to guess.
He's slow.
Okay.
By design, by the way. A deliberate worker is the diplomatic way of stating that. As Worth spoils him off to stay at 2-2. There are those notoriously slow workers over the years that kind of stand as the all-time examples. Steve Traxel, former Diamondback Armando Reynoso, Rafael Betancourt among current relievers. And Machi is every bit as deliberate as anybody in that group. Posey wants it on the corner, and Worth sends it out to the opposite field. Playable for Pence, and out number 2. For a look ahead at what's coming up next on Fox Sports 1, let's send it back to Chris Myers in the studio. Yeah, Chris, thank you. Little matter of game 2 still to be determined here in a 1-run night. With a big potential insurance run out there for Adam LaRoche. Man at first with 2 gone.
We've already had some classic games, and they weren't the classic games we thought we were going to get. Exciting games, a lot of runs. This truly is been a classic, a 1-0 pitchers duel. Everybody's been crisp. The game has moved along quickly.
Rendon runs. A swing and a miss at the plate. Posey's throw down is not in time. Runner in scoring position with 2 away.
Posey was going out there just to stall a little bit, talking to his pitcher to see if they get time to check out a replay. Everything's so important in these scenarios. Why not? We have the replay in place. But it looks like Bruce is just going to go out and talk to his pitcher at this point. They got the word back that he, as he looks back in, I see that a lot. Manager's trying to get the word and whether or not to go talk to the umpire and have him check it or not.
And Bruce Bochy not only wanted to give his tape guys another chance to look at the play at second, he wants to make a change. We'll be right back. At Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Stay connected with highlights, replays, reviews, scores, live radio broadcasts, and more. Get the At Bat app for your smartphone or tablet. Well, here's the situation. A big insurance run is out there in scoring position for the Nationals here in their half of the 8th. Washington leads 1-0, and they have ever since the Rendon single in the 3rd. Jordan Zimmermann has been brilliant tonight. Tim Hudson was almost as good, left trailing by the run. And the Giants have made their second pitching change of the inning for the veteran left-hander Javier Lopez.
Javier Lopez, sidearm left-hander, came in to face Adam LaRoche yesterday. Some close pitches, but Adam worked a walk out of that at bat.
So Lopez inherits the 0-1 count left behind by Gene Machi. That walk to LaRoche was significant. in that it was Lopez's first walk to a left-handed batter in a postseason game since Game 2 of the 2007 ALCS.
It's setting up for the same formula we saw yesterday, where Hunter Strickland came in with the bases loaded. It won't be a bases loaded situation this time.
I guess we know why Bruce Bochy wanted Javier Lopez in this situation.
Yep.
0 for 9 with 8 strikeouts. That is straight ownership. And he got him again. The bullpen combines to keep things clean in the 8th. One last crack left for the Giants, down by a run. On Fox Sports 1 after this terrific pitchers duel finally reaches an end. UFC Fight Night is on now on Fox Sports 2 and streaming on the Fox Sports Go app and on FoxSportsGo.com. Rory McDonald and Tarek Saffiedine still to come. This particular heavyweight, Jordan Zimmermann, has been a lot to handle tonight for the San Francisco Giants. 18 in a row retired as he has 3 outs left between the Giants and a complete game shutout in Game 2 of the DS.
He really has. There's been no guesswork. It's right after you. Every pitch, even if it's that cutter that we've seen a couple times and saw right there, it is an aggressive approach and it's working. This is the longest time he's had to wait all game. Was that inning, in between innings, and he's come out firing strikes. 19 straight scoreless innings. I'd say he's on the roll.
0-2 to the pinch hitter, rookie Matt Duffy. Trying to back him up with a breaking ball. The ball and 2 strikes now. Duffy, then top of the order, Blanco and PANIK. Number 6 for Jordan Zimmermann tonight.
That was one of the better ones of the night. That one started off the plate and just kept chasing away. Duffy couldn't lead. He could not stay off.
So now Gregor Blanco 0 for 3 this evening. Just 3 singles for the San Francisco lineup tonight. The last Giants base runner, Travis Ishikawa, who singled to lead off the 3rd. Blanco wants to think about it, understandably.
Yeah, he hadn't gotten his rhythm down yet. He likes to get the bat waggle a little bit, get it moving, and get ready.
0-2. Well, Matt Williams has been almost in a 3-point stance for much of the night. The crowd here has been standing for much of the latter stages of the night. And they're on their feet now looking for the final out of the game. Jordan Zimmermann has worked to 95 pitches. He's retired 20 straight. The fewest pitches in a postseason complete game since 1990. John Smoltz on that list. Joe Panik, the last chance for the Giants.
You're almost shocked if the first pitch is not a strike, the way this game has gone.
Went right back out there. It's 2-0. Deep and foul.
You could hear everyone hold their breath if that's possible.
I think you and I were holding our breath. Well, pregnant pause on the telecast there as we watch that one just scoot to the right of the foul pole. 2 balls and a strike to count to Panik. The Giants' 9-game postseason winning streak, a National League record, in jeopardy tonight. And at least one Giant thought that Panik drive had a chance.
Now, if you're Nationals or the fans, you don't want to see Posey come to the plate. Make something happen right here.
Ball 4, the tying run aboard. The first walk of the night from Jordan Zimmermann. How about the first walk of the night, period? That's how well pitched this game 2 has been. Here comes Matt Williams. And he's already made the change. Jordan Zimmermann goes 8 2/3, leads to a hero's exit. The Nationals are 1 out away from making this a best 2 out of 3. Top of the ninth with 2 away. The tying run aboard. Jordan Zimmermann was brilliant through 8 2/3 tonight. His only walk of the game came as his final batter, and it ended the stretch of 20 consecutive hitters retired. He turns it over with that one final out to get to his closer, Drew Storen, who has been unstoppable since August 24th. An ERA of 0 in his 17 appearances down the stretch. Buster Posey for the Giants. On the first pitch, that's into shallow left center, a base hit. PANIK will stop at second. The go-ahead run aboard with 2 out in the ninth. And Pablo Sandoval will have another chance.
Good fastball pitch away. Tacks it and gets it off the end of the bat. And he keeps this rally alive. But the Giants are just unreal. Whether they come back and win this game or not, they find ways to play in these kind of games more than anybody else.
We mentioned earlier that Pablo Sandoval would love to have another chance to extend his 12-game postseason hitting streak. He's had 2 career plate appearances against Drew Storen, has 1 base hit. Up there hacking 0-1. For Storen, this is his first postseason appearance since the 2012 Game 5 NLDS meltdown against the Cardinals. One that over just an inning's worth of work, he was charged with 4 runs on 3 hits and 2 walks. Sandoval into the opposite field. That's a fair ball. PANIK scores, and this game is tied. They're going to try it with Posey. The throw to the plate is in time to get out.
Wow, there's no doubt they're going to have to look at this. You want to keep the players on the field when the last out occurs and there's a potential replay. Unbelievable piece of hitting.
The Giants in the dugout are all signaling safe as though they've already seen the videotape replay. We'll take another look.
When I saw it live, I thought he got in there. This great relay throw by Harper. Another good relay and a short hop, I believe, picked up at home. And then the tag and the transition, you look at his feet, that is going to be probably safe. I think his foot gets that's going to be awfully close. These are the moments that we now have before us, at least taking a look.
His play is under review, and it's presented by Samsung.
Awfully close.
You're taking another look at it. And isn't it ironic that the player around whom the rules change was based, Buster Posey, with that now infamous collision with then Marlin Scott Cousins.
What you can't see is when his foot actually hits the plate as it bounces. When you're sliding in head first, you go with your hand, but when you slide in feet first, it's quicker to the plate. But the problem is trying to get that foot from bouncing over the plate and trying to get that foot to actually touch the plate.
All made more difficult with the new rules, the new collision rules behind the play. Wilson Ramos has to yield the lane. We watch it synced up from 2 different angles.
It's close. I think it's going to have to be overwhelmingly an evidence to overturn, because remember, the call was out by home plate umpire.
And by the way, nobody is worried about the time of review here. It seemed to be something that folks focused on during the regular season. Nobody's going to worry about that, because at the end of this one, they just want to get it right.
Well, 2 great plays, the relay and then the throw that short hops to the catcher. He gets the ball and secures it and then transfers over to make the tag. What Buster Posey is looking at is a lane to actually get his foot in time. So look at the lane. He actually came in real steep. I thought he might come out to the outside first base side of the plate, but he came in his turn real steep, and that angle may be the difference if he's out with the tag at home plate. Had he veered more towards first base, and they got him.
And the call is confirmed. Pablo Sandoval's 2-out RBI single has tied it. We go to the bottom of the ninth. A brand new story in D.C. In that play goes back to May of 2011. Scott Cousins of the Marlins colliding with the Giant catcher in the 12th inning, scored the game-winning run. Posey suffered a fractured fibula, torn ligaments in the ankle. Some thought it was a career-altering, if not career-ending injury. He's, of course, come back stronger than ever. And then tonight, Posey involved in a refined set of rules, a play that required Wilson Ramos to yield a lane for the runner to slide, yet still Ramos is able to tag him out. After the review, the call was confirmed. 1 run scores on the play, and we go to the bottom of the 9th inning.
Yeah, one of the most controversial plays at the plate now as far as teams understanding how it's to be viewed. The catcher has to give him a lane. We've seen situations where the lane wasn't given, but the throw took him over. That's a play they're going to look at in the offseason, I really believe, and try to totally understand how to call that. But nonetheless, exciting play at home plate in the 9th.
Sergio Romo is inserted for the Giants. He faces Ian Desmond to lead off the last of the 9th. A fly ball for Pence. 1 away. Pablo Sandoval has that sense for the big stage.
He's the wild card. He really is. And of course, who would have thought that to continue his hitting streak would tie this game? He goes with the pitch away and down, and he just lines it down the left field line, and he sees what's going to happen. But I don't think he anticipates what's going to happen at home plate. And the rounding of the bag by Posey, and we already talked about the angle which he took into home, really made that play able for the Nationals to get him out.
Sergio Romo pitched yesterday, and the Giants win here in Game 1. Here's Bryce Harper with 1 gone. Romo went a scoreless inning yesterday. He did allow a couple of base hits, struck out a batter. the former Giants closer and World Series closer. Now behind Harper, 2 balls and no strikes.
What an incredible game. This game was going about a pace that we haven't seen in a while. And of course, 2 outs, nobody on, and the pitcher that had been in incredible control. And it all started with a 2-out walk by Panik. And then a hit by Posey, and of course the hit by Sandoval, and we are still playing.
2 balls and no strikes to Bryce Harper. To 2-1 now. Just a final note on Sandoval's base hit, as Harper doesn't like the call at all. Pretty tough pitch.
Understand Zimmerman didn't like a couple calls there with 2 outs that led to the walk, and Harper's claiming that ball's down. You can imagine the anxious moments here for the Nats. They had that win wrapped up with 1 out to go in the 9th.
2-1 to Harper. Again, one final note on Pablo Sandoval's game-tying hit in the top of the 9th. That extends his postseason hitting streak to 13, 2 shy of the National League record. And a plate appearance that he may not have counted on getting. Two balls and 2 strikes to Bryce Harper. Wilson Ramos next with 1 out and the base is empty. Full count.
Both those hits in the 9th were off pretty good pitches from Storen. It's just amazing. I've now watched the Giants play in these type games in the postseason, and to do that in the 9th with 2 outs and nobody on, it can't help but take the air out of the balloon for this crowd and the team. You got to find a way here for the Nats to send them home happy.
Harper still battling 3 balls and 2 strikes. A bouncing ball for Belt, and there are 2 away in the last of the 9th. Jordan Zimmermann was absolutely brilliant tonight for 8 2/3 innings. Left with 1 out to get. The Giants are able to tie it in the top of the 9th. And here is Wilson Ramos now.
These fans were such Tom Hanks fan. Movie Castaway with Wilson chanting.
Oh, and a slider makes Ramos chuck his bat into the stands.
Tell you, for guys who aren't playing in this game, your stomach is in knots. There's no way to contribute. You're at the mercy of hopefully your team bringing you excitement. But man, when you're at this time and you're down 1-0 and so close to saying it's even, doesn't feel good.
Another slider makes Ramos pass and miss. It's 0-2. The Nationals were 1 out away from making this a best 2 out of 3. This feels like elements of the 2011 postseason, the World Series in particular, when the Rangers were an out away twice from winning their first ever World Series
to win
title.
the World Series.
Posey sets the target well off the plate, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. When the Giants bat in the top of the 10th, should it get that far, they're hoping to have Pence, Belton, Crawford. A very tentative looking crowd here at Nationals Park.
Both teams with plenty of pitchers to take this game as deep as they need to take because of the start that they got out of their starters and the depth that each team has.
A series of sliders finishes off Wilson Ramos. We're going to extra innings in our nation's capital tonight, thanks in part to Pablo Sandoval's heroics. Will there be more drama in the 10th? A 1-1 tie. Tenth inning, where the place to be on an increasingly chilly night is in front of that tube heater in the Nationals dugout. Well, the deeper we go, the more Mother Nature cools things off. Top of the 10th, and another pitching change for Washington as Tyler Clippard takes over in the 10th inning.
See his numbers. I'm a little surprised. I thought Storen might go out with a day off tomorrow, and looking around, no double switch, and the pitcher's up second. But Clippard has come in to try and keep this game going, and obviously only going to go, by the looks of it, 1 inning.
Hunter Pence, Brandon Belt, and Brandon Crawford here for the Giants. Clippard pitched in last night's opener. Worked a scoreless inning. Boy, in addition to some of the unpredictable offensive shootouts in this postseason, it's been a 2014 postseason defined in part by extra innings baseball. Just ask the Royals and the Angels about that.
Exactly. And when you're the home crowd and the team that's favored, you have that teeter-totter of emotions that start creeping doubt. I talked about it earlier with only a 1-run lead. You start thinking all the bad things that can happen, and now they're in that moment right now where they got to have things go 1, 2, 3, no more tension. Try to figure out at home how you're going to get that walk-off hit to feel good about getting on a plane and going to San Francisco. Both teams, that's what they're going to do after this game is over.
3 balls and a strike to the leadoff hitter, Hunter Pence. During the course of the regular season, the Giants had better success in extra innings affairs than did the Nationals. San Francisco 9-4. Washington 8 wins, 9 losses. The 3-2 to Pence is again fouled away. Going to that 9th inning, the Giants had 3 singles tonight. 1 runner in scoring position all night. But that 9th inning with a 2-out walk turned into a game-tying rally as Pence swings and misses for out number 1.
Another high fastball. We've seen that a lot tonight out of national pitchers. Coming into this game, you could say maybe that the Giants were playing on house money. They got the 1 win that you try to get on the road, and now they really are playing on bonus because they were pretty much dead. 2 outs in the 9th.
Brandon Belt 2 for 4 in the opener yesterday, hitless so far tonight.
There's that ridiculous changeup. Everything looks the same. Fastball comes out the same slot that this changeup does, and because of the grip, it almost acts like a palm ball. It just absolutely disappears. He's attacking his fastball right here, and see where the ball never gets there. He actually swings out of his helmet.
Back-to-back strikeouts for the 2-time All-Star. 2 away in the 10th.
See it again. He tried to stay back. You tell yourself as a hitter, okay, stay back, but you don't ever want to get beat on the fastball either. That fastball changeup combination, when it works, makes hitters look more silly than any other pitch.
So now Brandon Crawford, who after a 3-hit opener cooled off tonight. There's not a lot of collective San Francisco success against Tyler Clippard. Both Pence and Belt were hitless in small sample sizes against the Washington right-hander. Brandon Crawford 2 for 4 in his career. He shoots that one fouled off the end of the bat.
You just have to guess right against a pitcher like this and location. Look for a ball all over the plate. He hasn't seen anything breaking towards you. It's just basically fastball, straight changeup so far.
Two balls and a strike.
Trevor Hoffman, the other guy that thinks fastball changeups, if you remember how good he was as a closer.
The 2-1 to Crawford. On the corner to make it 2-2. Washington bats in the bottom of the 10th. It'll be 8-9, then top of the order. Full count now.
Tell you, these fans have gotten their rotator cuff work of waving those towels tonight, up and down, waving them, trying to continue this quest to get in the Nats win.
Trying to stay warm out there. It has really gotten chilly. Still a full count to Brandon Crawford. Giants bullpen is hot with Santiago Casilla and Jeremy Affel. And that guy is Drupal Cabrera, will be leading off to last of the 10th. Ball 4. The rally that tied it in the 9th started with a 2-out walk. A 2-out base on balls issued here in the 10th. So now Travis Ishikawa, who has enjoyed hits in each of the first 2 games of the series. A returnee to the Giants with an opportunity to do something very special. Ishikawa was a member of the Pirates on opening day. Appeared in 15 games in Pittsburgh. He was designated for assignment in the middle of April. Signed a minor league deal to return to the Giants in late April. And then spent most of the season at AAA Fresno. This is his second postseason with the big league Giant roster. He was a part of the 2010 team that won the World Series. Out in front, a swing and a miss, 1-1. A part of Bruce Bochy's very young bench is on deck. Andrew Susak in the on-deck circle. Clippers 1-1, misses high, 2 balls and a strike.
In a day and age where it's very difficult to come back, especially if you're trailing after the 7th and 8th inning. The 7th inning and beyond, the Giants have the 2nd best average in baseball, or at least the National League. They just don't give in. And they try everything they do to have the most productive at bat each guy that steps in the box.
2 balls and 2 strikes now. So looking forward to the bottom of the 10th inning, and again Clipper trying to get it there, still at 1-1. 8-9 then top of the order. So Cabrera, a pinch hitter, and then Span. Something we talked about last night. Ryan Zimmerman, the all-time franchise leader across the board, available as a bench guy again tonight.
He has been varying his fastballs and changeups. This trend would make it seem like after going fastball up, he'd want to throw another changeup right here. Some guys can't even look in the stands.
The 2-2. Wrap back to Clippard. A scoreless top of the 10th. Washington still hoping to walk off the Giants. We go to the bottom of the 10th, tied at 1. A pitcher's duel that reached a finale, or at least a turning point, with 2 out in the 9th. Jordan Zimmermann was brilliant. He was 1 out away from a complete game shutout victory. The Nationals went to the bullpen. The Giants scored a late run, and here we are in the last of the 10th. It has gotten progressively cooler, if not colder, down to 56 degrees here at Nationals Park. The wind has certainly increased the later we get into the night. And in stark contrast to the balmy conditions in Southern California for the Cardinals and Dodgers coming up in a little bit on MLB Network, it is decidedly fall feeling here in the Northeast.
Yeah, concern when the Nats are up, not so much for the fans, but they would like to see this end soon as they're coming up here in the bottom of the 10th. This has been really an incredibly well played game, and now Jeremy Affeldt is trying to continue the Giants' quest to keep this series in their favor up 2-0 if they can win.
Juan Perez takes over in left field for Travis Ishikawa, and you saw the new Giants pitcher, the veteran left-hander Jeremy Affeldt. So that'll turn the switch hitter Asdrubal Cabrera around to the right side as the Nats go to work in the 10th. Cabrera doubled and scored the only Nationals run of the night in the 3rd, one that looked like it was good enough to get out of here with a Game 2 win. That is until the 2-out rally by the Giants in the 9th. Cabrera, then Kevin Franzen, who's on deck, a former Giant who will pinch hit next, and then Denard Span. Affeldt's 2-0, 3 balls and no strikes.
The last thing you want to do, obviously, is walk the leadoff hitter. So finding the strike zone out of the bullpen. He's missed on the first 3. See the wind just blows on the jerseys. Posey, I'm sure, going to set up right down the middle, try to entice this 3-0 pitch. Pretty sure Cabrera does not have the green light here. 3-0.
Jeremy Affeldt pitched last night, faced one batter, and that was Denard Span. Retired him on a ground ball to second. That ended the 7th inning. And again, Span scheduled to hit 3rd here in the 10th inning tonight. 3 balls and a strike. The count to Asdrubal Cabrera. Wow. A full count. Let's go. Cabrera just as frustrated with Vic Carapazza as Bryce Harper was in the 9th, if not more so. Now from 3-0 to a full count now after a controversial strike call to make it 3-2. Got him. Went back up to that same spot, and Cabrera's gone. And Matt Williams might not be far behind.
Well, this is 2 different quadrants that they're probably having a problem with. Matt's going to get it, I'm sure, on behalf of his team. There's a quadrant down that was called against Harper, and then a borderline quadrant up. I thought that last pitch was actually a better pitch, but because Cabrera saw the first one as up, 2 guys end up getting thrown out here.
So Asdrubal Cabrera and Matt Williams have been run. Both ejected.
As we look at the pitch again, You see where he sets up over the middle. It catches the top part of the strike zone. So in that call, probably a lot more accurate. But you knew the frustration of the previous call was going to get Cabrera in trouble. And he got tossed. And then the fact that Matt Williams has to come out and make sure he ensures that Cabrera doesn't do anything to get suspended. The Nationals, of course, are not happy with the whole situation.
And now Bruce Bochy's coming out because Ryan Zimmerman has now been placed into the on-deck circle. And my guess is that Bruce Bochy wants to know if Zimmerman was officially announced or not, because he doesn't want his left-hander Jeremy Affeldt to face Ryan Zimmerman.
This is this game has taken on some twists. There's only one team really playing a little bit more relaxed, and you can understand with a one-game lead, the Giants not as bothered by things as the Nationals should be. They have to get this game to feel like they have crawled back into the series. Down 2-0 going to San Francisco with Bumgarner on the mound is not an enticing appetite.
So now the umpiring crew, all six of them are meeting to discuss whether or not Kevin Franzen was officially announced.
Well, the one thing you've got to do now, Matt Williams has been thrown out. You've got to keep the rest of the guys in the lineup. You cannot allow what has transpired here and maybe even a couple innings ago to affect the rest of your players. You still got to play this game out and attack the strike zone as a hitter and not be concerned about the calls that are made.
Bench coach Randy Knorr will be the acting manager for the rest of this one tonight. And now Bruce Bochy's being informed as to whether or not Franzen was announced, because if he was, he's burned. It's pretty clear that Ryan Zimmerman will bat next, and I would imagine that Bruce Bochy will make a pitching change if that's the case. He just wants to know exactly who's available on the Nationals side now. Our guess is that Vic Carapazza, the home plate umpire, pointed Franzen to the scorer's box. The PA never announced it, so we don't have clarification if Franzen was burned or not. It will be Ryan Zimmerman to bat, and it appears he'll face Jeremy Affeldt. Zimmerman had a pinch hitting opportunity last night and flied out. First offering a big curveball that misses.
Well, you know that's going to be the play the rest of the night. Anything questionable, the crowd is going to let the umpire hear it.
It was a difficult regular season for Ryan Zimmerman based on two troubling stints on the DL. Another breaking ball that misses, and another sarcastic round of applause from the fans.
And here's the deal. It was 3-0, so you know you're taking 3-1. The 3-1 pitch changes the at-bat. That's why Cabrera got so upset. He thought that was a ball. You still have a strike. You still feel like you can get a hit. And another pitch in the same area. That's what led us to the little temporary chaos.
The 2-0 to Zimmerman. 3 balls and no strikes now.
So maybe Affeldt thinks this is the key to success. Lull him to sleep in a 3-0 count and work your way back. Not in this moment, it isn't. Not with a guy like Zimmerman at the plate. He may have the green light.
One out, base is empty, last of the 10th. The 3-0 is in for a strike. Asdrubal Cabrera has been ejected. Matt Williams has been ejected. Randy Knorr takes the managerial duties for the rest of this one. And just to clarify, it is our understanding that Kevin Franzen was never announced, so he was not burned and is still eligible in this game. And the longer you go, the bigger a deal that kind of thing is. The 3-1. Zimmerman lines it into left. the winning run on base with 1 out in the 10th. Zimmerman, after the pinch hit single, will be replaced by Danny Espinosa, who will no doubt stay in the ballgame to play second base in the absence of his Drupal Cabrera.
Yeah, that way you don't burn 2 players actually for 1 role, so he will go in and serve as a replacement for not only Zimmerman but Cabrera.
So now DENARD Span. Again, Span was the only batter Affelt faced last night and grounded out to second base.
Through the Nats, you feel like all you got to do is get Rendon up to the plate. 4 for 4.
Well, the Nationals would certainly love to have not only a hot Anthony Rendon, but a right-handed anybody against Jeremy Affelt. By the way, the last time a player and manager were both ejected from the same postseason game, the 2005 NLCS, when Jim Edmonds and Tony La Russa were both run. And a strike to Span to put him behind 0-2.
Well, with the new system and replays, of course, you're not going to have anybody get thrown out over those because you can take a look at them unless a manager comes out after a decision has been made. So it leaves you really for strikes and balls and where you think they should or shouldn't have been.
The Cardinals would end up losing that NLCS, of course, to the Houston Astros, setting up Houston's lone World Series appearance that year. Oh, in the 0-2. Hit the bull, win a stake. A ball and 2 strikes down to DENARD Span.
See a breaking ball just slip out of his hand. Windier conditions now, getting a little cooler. Trash flying around in front of him. Posey trying to catch the chicken, if you will.
You know, this is as involved as the crowd's been in 2 games of this series so far.
Desperate. They are desperate, as they should be, for their hometown team to take the lead. And if they take the lead this time, they don't have to worry about holding it.
You know, the frustrations with the strike zone, Cabrera being ejected, Matt Williams being ejected. There's nobody sitting for the most part here. Aside from the well-heeled folks behind the plate. Span bounces it to second. Panik to Crawford for 1, the double play. Jeremy Affelt rolls the big ground ball to get them both and send this one to the 11th. On just the one pitch to Asdrubal Cabrera that led to his ejection. We'll take you back to Bryce Harper's at bat and his frustrations. And Bryce got away with a little bit of something there. Cabrera was not so fortunate. Harper frustrated earlier, and Cabrera finally erupted after that called strike 3. He was run immediately. Then Matt Williams went. And it's the second-year umpire, Vic Carapazza, who is right in the midst of that controversy. But as some of our technology confirmed.
Yeah. It's not that bad a pitch. What happens is when a glove is sitting on the outside part of the plate and he reaches over to catch it, that's what the hitter sees. And even though it crossed the plate, normally a lot of umpires may not give that credit to a strike. Down in the zone, up in the zone, those are the two quadrants that hitters are going to say, hey, I'll give you one of them. You can't have both of them. And I think overall he's done a great job behind the plate.
The new pitcher for the Nationals is veteran left-hander Matt Thornton. And he'll take over here in the top of the 11th.
And the other thing to put a bow on it, Matty, is when a pitcher's gone 3-0 and he's missed a couple times, you usually don't get the benefit of the doubt of a close one on 3-1. And that close pitch on 3-1 changed the at-bat for Asdrubal Cabrera.
Juan Perez followed by Gregor Blanco and Joe Panik. And is now 3 balls and no strikes to Perez, making his first plate appearance tonight. Ball 4. A 4-pitch walk starts the 11th. For a look ahead at what's still to come on Fox Sports 1, let's turn it to Chris Myers at the Fox Sports 1 studios. That filed into the don't judge a book by its cover as Gregor Blanco is bunting. Rendon throws him out at first despite the headfirst slide. The sacrifice works as Perez moves into scoring position with 1 away.
This game has been so eerily similar to the Angels and the Royals. You think about the first game, close game, the Royals win. Then the second game they go into extra innings. What was it, 12th inning? Somewhere about there, and the Royals come away with a 4-1 victory, and they win home up 2-0. What you're hoping to avoid as the Nationals obviously is that same scenario playing out for San Francisco, the other wild card team that got in on the 1-game playoff.
So a 1-out runner in scoring position. The go-ahead run at second base for rookie second baseman Joe Panik, who started the 2-out rally in the top of the 9th. His base on balls set up Buster Posey's single, and then Pablo Sandoval's RBI double to tied it and got us to this point. First pitch and Panik pops it up. 2 away.
Now you got a dilemma here if you're the Nats. You pitch to Posey with a base open, or the Panda, who had delivered a big 2-out hit. Both of these guys came up with 2 big 2-out hits in the 9th. But I think you got to walk them, in my opinion, just to secure your odds and make Sandoval turn around, bat right-handed.
Yeah, and I think acting manager Randy Knorr agrees with you. The intentional walk will be issued to Posey. By the way, with the quick action this inning, we didn't get to Danny Espinosa, who, as we guessed, has taken over at second base in the absence of Asdrubal Cabrera. He pinch ran last half inning. Veteran switch hitter in there for the duration. So it'll come down to Pablo Sandoval. And that RBI double again extended his postseason hitting streak to 13 straight. As John mentioned, he'll turn around and bat right-handed against Thornton. He has had his troubles from the right side of the plate this year in particular. And here we go. So it's Sandoval after the intentional walk. His batting average against southpaws this year, and that is with his batting from the right side of the plate, just 199 as compared to 317 when he turns around and bats left. 0-1. When this game goes to the bottom of the 11th, Washington has Rendon, Worth, and LaRoche. The 2-3-4 part of their order. And it's 0-2 to Sandoval. Pablo Sandoval really regressed as a right-handed hitter this year. Splits had always found him better from the left side, but never in such a dramatic difference as this year. Here you see it, just a .199 batting right-handed, and all the other numbers on base, slugging down as well. It's after a 3-year period in which he hit .283 from the right side of the plate. Perez and Posey aboard with 2 gone. A ball and 2 strikes to Pablo Sandoval. Got it. Matt Thornton pitches around a couple of walks, and the Nationals are set up for a walk-off win again in the 11th. Two big swings of the bat. Anthony Rendon's 3rd inning RBI single gave the Nationals a lead, one they enjoyed until there were 2 away in the 9th. And that's when this big swing evened it up for San Francisco. Giants tried to take a lead, sending Buster Posey. That would have been the go-ahead run. He was thrown out of the plate on a very close play, one that was reviewed and upheld. And then there's the starting pitching component of this thing. Jordan Zimmermann was brilliant, 8 2/3. Tim Hudson, terrific, 7 1/3. A career-high postseason punch-out total for him of 8. Pablo Sandoval's game-tying RBI double runs a postseason hitting streak. to 13 straight, creeping up on tying a National League record. So here we are in the last of the 11th. Anthony Rendon, Jason Worth, and Adam LaRoche against a new pitcher. The Giants turn it over to their closer, right-hander Santiago Casilla.
And the reason they're doing that is this is the heart of the order. Normally you keep your closer for when you take the lead, but especially on the road. But they figure that this chance of scoring right here for the Nationals is their best. They're going to go with their closer.
First offering to Rendon is in for a strike. Anthony Rendon has not been guilty of recording an out tonight. 4 for 4. 4 singles, an RBI, and a stolen base. Casilla worked last night and earned the save in the Giants' 3-2 victory in Game 1. Worked a clean ninth. Veteran right-hander who started the year as a setup man and then was inserted into the closer's role when Sergio Romo had his June troubles. 2 balls and a strike down to Rendon.
As we mentioned yesterday, he has many different weapons to get you out. A live arm, one they're hoping that can get these 3 outs to give him another chance to extend the game.
So 3 balls and a strike. By the way, the last 5-hit game in the postseason was Albert Pujols' memorable Game 3 of the 2011 World Series in Arlington, Texas. 3 home runs among his 5 hits that night. Rendon sitting on a 4 for 4 and on top here, 3 balls and a strike. Full count now.
It's a good pitch to hit right there. 3-1. He had a chance to drive that ball and just pulled it foul. Now lately we've seen more 3-2, 3-1 counts than we did the entire 8 innings that were being played by the 2 starters who were on a roll, and a lot more anxious moments, of course.
Three balls and 2 strikes to Anthony Rendon. Got him on the corner. You know, nobody in the stands wearing red likes that call, of course, but say this for the home plate umpire Vic Carpazza, he's been consistent with that all night. Tim Hudson got it. Jordan Zimmermann got it to a lesser degree because he didn't work out there as often as Hudson did. But here Santiago gets the call, and the strikeout starts the home 11th. Here is Jason Worth now. Worth has been held hitless tonight so far and takes strike 1.
Well, the bottom line is a lot of close pitches on key counts where the hitter has not chosen to swing and the result has been a strikeout. That's where the frustration lies for the hitters, because they feel, based on their recognition of the strike zone, great pitches by the pitchers, but they think it's outside and not a strike, and that's on decision counts. That's not a 2-0, 2-1. Those are caught looking.
Worth sends a drive into right center field, one that hangs for Blanco. He gets under it to make the catch. And look, I get the frustration. I get the frustration of the fans. You understand Asdrubal Cabrera's frustration. Bryce Harper. There is so much on the line here. The risk of going back to San Francisco down 0-2. A game that the Nationals felt they had won, and why wouldn't they? 1 out away from squirting out here with a 1-0 win.
Yeah, no doubt. And that frustration is just going to mount. I think if you don't have a chance to take advantage of some 3-1, 2-0, which they've had lately, they just haven't taken advantage of it offensively with their swings. They've allowed it to get deep.
A ball and no strikes to Adam LaRoche, who, like Worth, has been held hitless so far tonight.
There you saw a little reaction out of Casilla. That was a really good first pitch that he had been seen called before and stepped off to gather his thoughts and emotions after the pitch was called a ball. Again, they've got the shift on, and this is with nobody on. You can take your third baseman and play him more straightaway shortstop. Take your shortstop and play him a little bit more up the middle. And then take your second baseman and make another outfielder out of him.
2 balls and no strikes to count to Adam LaRoche. Ian Desmond waits on deck with 2 away. Sharply hit. That's the shortstop Crawford on the other side of the second base bag, and that realigned infield works to the tune of a 1-2-3 last of the 11th. And welcome back to Fox Sports 1 coverage of Game 2 of the National League Division Series. The Giants and Nationals all tied at 1 apiece as we start the top half of the 12th with J.P. Morosi and John Smoltz, Matt Vasgersian. A game that the Nationals thought they had in hand. A starter that was dominating on top 1-0. Through 8 2/3, it looked like the Nationals were going to make this a best 2 out of 3 and send it back to San Francisco at 1 game apiece. The Giants had other ideas, scoring the tying run with 2 out in the 9th, and we have stayed there ever since. Top half of the 12th, Hunter Pence leads things off. Pence, Belt, and Crawford against a new pitcher on the mound for Washington. Their 4th reliever of the game is rookie right-hander Aaron Barrett. Made 50 appearances during the regular season, a perfect 3-0 in the decisions, and a very good ERA of 2.66.
Quick arm action. Drops it a little bit. Timing very important. Slider, fastball, sink on his fastball. See that little drop of the arm from the backside and that timing of getting his hand in the right position. Could lead to some issues. They're hoping it's not right now. Throwing strikes.
Pence had a base hit yesterday in the opener, has a single tonight, and is in front 2 balls and no strikes. Hunter Pence ended the regular season just 1 for his last 26. His cool start, or cool finish rather, was one of the few things that went wrong for the Giants down the stretch drive. 3-0 now.
Again, we've seen this from every reliever pretty much that has come in the game. First batter struggling to throw some strikes, adapting to the mound and the wind and all that, and then getting their bearings and battling back in the strike zone after being behind and giving the hitter the advantage and luxury of really condensing it down to fastballs.
Three balls and a strike. Rookie right-hander Aaron Barrett in the biggest spot of his brief major league career to date. Trying to hold things for the last of the 12th as Pence sends a drive out to deep center field. Span on the move. He'll play it off the wall. Pence into second with a leadoff double.
This guy will amaze every fundamentalist that tries to look at how he swings and hits the ball. Looks a little off balance, but the power and the extension that he has. This ball has a lot of carry, and Span, who can cover just about the whole ground in center field, can't catch up to it. And a leadoff double. And that's what happens when you get it down to a 3-0 and 3-1 count.
So with a couple of left-handers due up, go ahead run aboard, a pitching change in the 12th. Position and nobody out, and he'll take his swings against a new pitcher for the Nationals. Their last available left-hander without going into the ranks of starters like Gio Gonzalez is Jerry Blevins, who worked yesterday as well. And we've reached a pretty interesting time in this one here in the extra innings, top of the 12th, because after Blevins there are limited options for the Nationals out of the bullpen.
might have to think about a starter or two, and I'm sure they're already being informed and getting loose and getting ready just in case.
Brandon Belt and Jerry Blevins have met once. The result of that was a home run. They've now met twice. Add a ground ball to second to it, but a very productive out as Pence moves to third now with one away.
Yeah, and that is the most productive way on a professional at bat there. He had to pull the ball to, if nothing else, get the runner over to third, give Crawford a chance. The infield's going to be drawn in. Give him a chance to drive in this run with a runner on third, less than 2 outs. Great job.
So now it'll be up to Brandon Crawford, and the infield comes in for the Nationals.
Got to be aggressive outside the strike zone. You got to try to get him to swing aggressively. There's a base open. You don't have to give in to Crawford here.
A strike to Brandon Crawford.
Pain away. That's a good job just establishing the fastball. Now you can start sweeping some breaking balls. See if you can get him to chase.
As we mentioned, the infield is in for the Nationals.
Right here, you're thinking strikeout the whole way. You're trying to eliminate contact. And if you do get contact somehow, some way on the ground.
Swing and a miss, 0-2. Jerry Blevins is murder on left-handed batters. Limited them to just a 160 batting average during the season. So with Belt and Crawford here and the game hanging in the balance, you certainly understand the pitching change. Trying to strand Pence with one away. The 0-2. A ball and 2 strikes now to Crawford. Andrew Susac waits on deck, and he has been there before tonight.
He's starting those breaking balls a little too close to the inside part of the plate. Got to get it away, sweep it away, see if you can get Crawford, who already recognized the fastball, away from you. Get that catcher out more towards the right-hand batter's box if you're going to get that curveball away from damage.
A 1-out runner at third, a ball and 2 strikes to Brandon Crawford. Little pop to shortstop. Desmond retreats on it. There are 2 away.
That was pretty much a perfect pitch. You're looking for no contact, but if you get contact, it's got to be weak. Now another 2-out situation with a runner on third.
So now Andrew Susac, the second of 2 catchers that Bruce Bochy is carrying on his division series roster. Good numbers down the stretch for Susac, and his ability to handle duties at the major league level gave the Giants all kinds of flexibility regarding Posey. They could rest him down the stretch. They could play him at first base down the stretch on occasion, which they did. Susac off the end of the bat, little cue shot to first base. Jerry Blevins gets the Nationals out of trouble in the 12th. To the bottom of the 12th, still tied at 1. High stakes emotions in D.C. tonight. And a 1-1 tie hanging in the balance, bottom half of the 12th. Back from Nationals Park with J.P. Morosi and John Smoltz, Matt Vasgersian. To the bottom of the 12th we go. Ian Desmond to lead things off for the home team. And a new pitcher on the mound for San Francisco. Their 6th reliever of the ball game. 29-year-old right-hander Yusmeiro Petit, a major league record holder. One he established earlier this year when he retired 46 consecutive hitters. Will take over on the mound here in the 12th.
Yeah, he has been so invaluable for this team. He can do whatever you want. And right now they're needing him to provide some innings. I think the best way to describe him and the way he pitches, he doesn't light up the radar gun, but he has that invisible. He just keeps it away from the hitter's sweet spot. He'll break it with some curveballs and sliders, fastball. Again, not going to wow you, but he puts it more times than not where he wants.
Ian Desmond leads it off for the Nationals. Desmond, Harper, and Ramos, 5, 6, 7 for Washington. As we alluded to in the top of the inning, John, with some of these pitching moves that are being made late, deep into the extra innings portion of the night, we start to get a little clarity as to who may or may not be available to start moving on in the series. We know Game 3 is Doug Fister and Madison Bumgarner, but no starters beyond that have been announced. So now with Petit pitching in relief tonight, and he was thought to be a candidate for Game 4, it appears more and more likely that Ryan Vogelsong will get the ball in that assignment.
Yeah, it sure does appear that way. But as a manager, when you're in these games, you do whatever you have to extend these games and win this game. This game winning for the Giants is so vitally important that it sets them up to do whatever they want to do, having Bumgarner pitch Game 3. On the flip side, for the Nationals, what's been so successful in their starting rotation and the depth of it, in a 5-game series, they have the best on paper matchup because their starters are so good. But if they don't go to San Francisco 1-1, that may not matter.
Gio Gonzalez waiting to see if he'll get the ball in a starter's capacity in this series. The thought is yes. And there's ball 4. The winning runs aboard to start the home 12. You know, if this goes longer, there are 2 relievers still available to Randy Knorr, as he's got Craig Stammen and Rafael Soriano available, but he may well choose to go to a Gio Gonzalez or a Tanner Roark if we keep going tonight. So this gets dicier the longer we go tonight.
It does, and seeing Gio in dugout, I think that's what we saw.
Yeah,
I think he's two innings away from that even being a thought, I would think, based on the 2 guys that are left, but anything's possible. We've seen it already. This postseason couldn't have started with more drama.
Bryce Harper now 0 for 4 tonight. It's been a frustrating night for Harper. Winning run on base to start the 12th. And Petit having a little trouble locating early on.
Well, so far every reliever really has come into the game and they've struggled in the first batter that I can remember throwing strikes. We saw a leadoff double last inning. That run didn't score. He struggled. 3-0, got to 3-1, and Pence hit the double. And Petit has fallen right into that category. We're struggling to throw strikes early and having to work his way back into hitter counts.
It's almost difficult to remember, as that throw by Petit almost went bad. It's almost difficult to remember early on tonight, John, the pace that was established between Tim Hudson and Jordan Zimmermann. I mean, we were swimming right along. Quick outs, ground balls against Hudson, and very quick outs against Zimmermann.
Yeah, it was not a record pace, but pretty close.
A nearly 4-hour game 1 yesterday, and we are past 4 hours in extra innings tonight. The deliberate pace of this understandable with so much on the line. The Giants are playing with house money at this point. For the Nationals, trying to avoid an 0-2 deficit with the series headed back to San Francisco on Monday. For Bryce Harper, by the way, in his brief major league career, he owns 3 career walk-off hits. 2 of those are home runs.
One of those was in that stretch where they had 5 walk-off hits in their 10-game winning streak. And consecutive back-to-back nights, at least, they had that feat pulled off.
The 1-1 to Harper. A high drive to center field. Blanco is under it to make the catch. Desmond tags up. Throw to second is not in time. Winning run in scoring position with 1 away.
With the wind tonight, anything that's hit on a line has had carry. Anything up in the air, that wind has knocked it down a little bit. But great base running, knowing that this throw is going to come from dead center field. Harper at the time thinks he may have got it, and then realizes the wind's got it. He wants to break his bat. Doesn't do it. But nonetheless, another player in scoring position in extra innings.
The batter will be catcher Wilson Ramos, who has a single on his line tonight, in addition to a couple of strikeouts, one most recently against a series of Sergio Romo sliders that were vintage 2012.
Ramos has struggled with pitches away out over the plate. Really been reaching for those pitches. A mistake in is where he probably will have a chance to drive the ball and get a hit. But anything away, he has not shown yet the ability to make that adjustment.
Ramos, like Harper before him, has 3 career walk-off hits to his credit. The Giants bullpen is busy with Tim Lincecum up in relief. Lincecum has been such a terrific relief choice for Bruce Bochy in recent postseason success. I mean, you got a 2-time Cy Young Award winner down there. And though Lincecum had his shares of ups and downs during the regular season, the Giants to a man in the fall seem to be a different unit.
Tim does not have quite the fastball velocity and stuff he once had, but he learned how to condense it out of the pen. Had some huge outs and innings in those postseason games.
A ball and a strike to Wilson Ramos. Pitcher spot due up next. Nate Schierholtz, the ex-Giant, who came in with a big pinch hit double in game 1, would bat for the pitcher. Again, that was the spot once occupied by Asdrubal Cabrera, who, along with Matt Williams, was ejected from the game earlier tonight. One and two.
That's the pitch right there. Put a little map of those pitches away that he has not been able to. Open stance, he closes up but can't get himself out over that plate and balance to go the other way. Trying to pull the ball on those pitches won't work.
Ramos able to hold up. Wilson Ramos has a wide open stance, John, one that at least to the outsiders would look vulnerable to the kind of slider attack that Sergio Romo got him out with in his last plate appearance.
Yeah, that was a setup pitch. They slowed him down with the off speed and tried to speed him up with a fastball, thinking that he was thinking off speed. And you could see he wanted to go after it and checked his swing. They really could go right back out there with the breaking ball off the plate in this 2-2 count.
They tried it but missed, and it's a full count now, 3-2.
More than likely, same pitch going to be try to make it closer to look like a strike on 3-2. You throw a breaking ball, even if you walk them, you set up the double play ball. Anything to avoid contact to his strength inside part of the plate.
Winning run at second. And again, Petit looking at back. There's nobody there to cover a throw, by the way. That's just Petit looking Desmond back into the bag. And on none of those looks did either Crawford or Panik move to cover a would-be throw. The 3-2. Got him swinging.
With the cutter away. Tight little cutter on the outside part of the plate. Just not much movement, but you see it cut to the outside. That portion has given him trouble all night.
Well, again, it's Nate Schierholtz to pinch hit as Buster Posey comes out to chat with Petit. And Nate Schierholtz was really the final piece to the puzzle for the Nationals. Signed a minor league deal with Washington August 18th. Spent most of the season as a Cub. Bruce Bochy wants to make sure everybody's on the same page with a very familiar player. Schierholtz has 2 World Series rings at home from his days as a Giant. A career .272 pinch hitter, and the Giants aren't going to take any chances with him. That's going to set up Danny Espinosa.
Definitely be pretty ironic if Espinosa get a chance to win the game after his teammate gets thrown out. Runners in scoring position average not very good, 139, and with 2 outs even worse at 0.65. So statistically, even though he's an aggressive hitter, he will swing and miss. Hits .241 off of right-handers, so he's in a big pinch hitting situation. Already talked about the Nats pinch hitting average is not very good, last in all of baseball, but they were able to get 5 game-winning hits and hit some home runs as the pinch hitters coming off the bench. Nothing would be bigger for this young man. He doesn't care if it's a bloop or a blast, something that'll get the winning run to home plate.
Espinosa from the left side of the plate. And that's the side of the plate he hit from yesterday when he recorded the final out of the game off Santiago Casilla. A ball and no strikes. Danny Espinosa had been the incumbent starter at second base until injuries derailed him in 2013. Got into only 44 games last year, played a lot more consistently this season, and in fact got off to a really hot start in 2014. One and one to him. Lost a lot of playing time after the acquisition of Asdrubal Cabrera, and has been used as a bench guy for much of the second half of the season.
does have some power, but power is not the key right now. Trying to find a way to make contact, put pressure on the defense, maybe get a base hit, put pressure on the outfielders. The good news for the Nats, 2 outs, you're going to get a huge jump on the swing.
Line to shortstop, and we're going to go to the 13th inning tonight. 2 left stranded, still tied 1 apiece. The air quite a while ago. What we thought we knew about these postseason teams turns out we don't know a whole lot. Now, we thought that the Nationals were on the way back to San Francisco, having tied this series at 1 apiece. They were on top 1-0 with 2 out in the 9th. Jordan Zimmermann in nothing but control. Craig Stammen is the new pitcher for the Nationals, and his first pitch to Juan Perez glances off his glove right over to the new second baseman, as Danny Espinosa gets it over to LaRoche for out number 1. Stammen made 49 appearances during the regular season. Appeared in yesterday's opener as well. Formerly a swingman with some starts on his career bio. He's had a lot more success out of the Nationals bullpen, but is capable of more than just 1 inning of relief, something that's more and more important all the time tonight.
Yeah, he sure is. And I think, again, for the Nationals, as this tension of teeter-totter emotion keeps going, you want quick outs and easy outs. You don't need any more make it on the offensive end pressure for San Francisco.
Gregor Blanco is hitless tonight. Both teams have had opportunities in the extra innings. The Giants in the 12th got the leadoff double from Hunter Pence, only to be turned away. The Nationals in their half of the 12th, the leadoff walk. Runners at first and second with 2 gone, and the Giants turned them away. The breaking ball misses, and it's 2-1.
Stammen, of course, we talked about his funky mechanics and how he leads that shoulder or dips it down, but he's got some pretty good stuff and makes the adjustments to put himself in the best position to throw a pitch.
2-1 to Blanco, fouled away. You know, we talk about this number in terms of the Giants postseason history only because there's more there. But the longest games in Giants postseason history, Game 3 of the 2000 National League Division Series against the Mets, that went 13. Bonds Kent and company back then, Rich Aurelia. Tonight's a 13-inning affair. And each of those longer than the previous long. That's out to Span for out number 2. The previous long being the first game of the 1924 World Series, John Smoltz, that went 12 innings. And what a night it was.
24?
Back in 24. Remember that one?
I'm having trouble pulling that up in the Rolodex.
You and me both. It's a bad time to lose your internet connection. So here's Joe Panik now, whose 2-out walk in the 9th started the game tying rally. And we are still locked up in that 1-1 score.
They pitched him pretty good. You haven't seen this many awkward swings out of him. This now being the 3rd game, so he is human after all. 5 hits his first 2 games and seemed locked in on every pitch. But up until this point, goose egg.
Nationals have the top of the order in the bottom of the 13th inning. Span, Rendon, and Worth. By the way, that 1924 World Series was the Senators, the Washington Senators, the New York Giants. And the long game we talked about 90 years ago came 90 years ago to the day.
Come on, you can't make this stuff up, can you?
I could, but I didn't.
You didn't.
In this case. I mean, I would normally, but it's a postseason and all. Three balls and a strike.
A guy that's not known for much power. Short stroke. Hit some balls to straightaway center yesterday. If he gets the pitch he likes, I got to think he's thinking about it here, maybe. Something with 2 outs to try and drive.
He took a rip on 3-1. A full count now, 3-2. Buster Posey waiting on deck. A well-earned day off in the series tomorrow, one that both teams will use to travel to San Francisco.
Short little flight there. Should get in 3 or 4 in the morning.
Little puddle jumper. Well, the Nationals got to the ballpark today with their bags packed. And Panik slaps it out to shortstop for Desmond. Another chance for the Nationals to walk off the Giants to the bottom of the 13th. Top of the order. Still tied at 1. Progress game 2 of that series tomorrow on TBS. Orioles and Tigers, Angels and Royals. That's the doubleheader with 2-0 elimination games at both venues. Here tonight, I'd have a hard time believing any of that can match the drama we've seen here. An RBI single by Anthony Rendon gave the Nationals a 1-0 lead that they enjoyed until there were 2 out in the ninth. That's when Pablo Sandoval's game-time double sent us to extra innings. Buster Posey nearly scoring what would have been the go-ahead run, and after a review, the call was upheld. It was tied 1-1 then. It's tied 1-1 now. Bottom of the 13th for the top of the Nationals order. There have been 2 ejections in this game, as Asdrubal Cabrera and Matt Williams both ejected. Yusmeiro Petit continues in his 2nd inning of relief. And a bouncer that's a fair ball, playable for Belt, 1 gone.
Can you imagine? And I'm going to say that chances are this is going to happen. That if that was the tying run and that review had to be looked at, the drama, and the fans,
the difference between a win or not. Yeah, as it turned out, that didn't win the game for the Giants.
No, but it certainly was a unique way to get that suspense.
There's no doubt. 1 gone for Anthony Rendon, who was not responsible for making an out until the bottom of the 11th tonight. 4 for his first 4. Exactly half of Washington's hit total this evening.
Trying to just keep these hitters off balance, mixing up his pitches, fastball, cutter, a little bit of breaking ball. Imagine, if you will, the hitters are looking at these pitches with somewhat of a radar gun, and you're trying to change the look, not up and down, but soft and hard.
2 balls and a strike.
We saw early on Zimmerman just sit here. I ain't going to do nothing but just keep riding you fastballs, throw a couple up, change the eye level of the hitters, and he kept the Giants off balance with just pure aggression with the fastball. Everybody else that doesn't have that fastball has to use a different way to get the hitter off of it.
2 balls and 2 strikes on Anthony Rendon now. You know, Yusmeiro Petit, as we mentioned, a swingman this year, made 12 starts for the Giants. So in as much as Tim Lincecum was up earlier, I think Bruce Bochy and Dave Righetti are more than comfortable with letting Yusmeiro Petit go at it for multiple innings tonight. Boy, in a best of 5, you just never in your wildest dreams think that pitching depth is going to be an issue in game 2 of a series, especially when both starters go as deep as Hudson and Zimmerman did tonight. And a full countdown, 3-2. Jason Worth waiting on deck for Washington.
Well, the Giants have so much more luxury than the Nationals do, and to take chances and roll the dice, if you will, being up game 1, and so they can let Petit go as long as they they need him to.
He pitched around a couple of walks in the 12th. Is 3-2 with 1 away here to Rendon. Is hit in the air out to shallow right. It's actually Panik at second that makes the catch just outside the cutout. And there are 2 gone. The only walk-off hit in Nationals postseason history came courtesy of Jason Worth. Game 4 of the 2012 Division Series against the Cardinals. A home run to win it.
I'm going to say similar scene. If he's able to do that, that would be an exhausting, exhilarating way to end a night where emotions have been right at the edge of their seat.
And it would be a redeeming moment for Jason tonight. who's endured an 0 for 5 so far. 0 for 7 thus far in the series. Worth sends that one into the gap, a base hit. Took the big turnaround first. And the winning run is on base once again for the Nationals.
Right out of the box, he was very aggressive in case there was a bobble or anything that would have given him a chance to go to second base. And he comes around the base and slides into midway between first and second to slow himself down. You see right here, just in case, and then no.
So Adam LaRoche also hitless so far tonight through his first 5 plate appearances. Winning run at first with 2 gone. And just in case Worth is thinking about moving up 90 feet. Jason stole 9 bases in 10 attempts during the regular season. Not a lot of head-to-head experience between LaRoche and Petit. 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Another check in.
Well, we've documented the shift on the infield. The outfield's going to play deep, try to prevent doubles pretty straight away, because in the air he's not the same hitter as he would be on the ground. So they're trying to prevent anything to get between the outfielders, which inevitably would score the run with Worth's speed. One area that could cause problems, even though there is decent speed in the outfield, is because Sandoval's so far off the bag at third. Something off the end of the bat down that way could cause problems for the Giants.
A ball and no strikes that count to Adam LaRoche. The Nationals' leading RBI man. Their leading home run threat, 26 during the regular season. Be happy with the ball in the gap here with Worth and good speed at first. A ball and a strike. LaRoche behind 1 and 2.
The Giants haven't had many scoring opportunities, but they cashed in on the most important one in the 9th inning with 2 outs, nobody on, and rallied to tie the game. Almost took the lead with the slide at home, but then they had a runner on third with 1 out, and the Nationals pitched themselves out of that inning. That's been pretty much it as far as great scoring opportunities for either team.
And we'll go to an additional extra inning tonight, to the 14th, where the Giants have the middle of the order. Posey, Sandoval, and Pence still tied 1-1. Kansas City American League wildcard matchup that pitted two of the best starters in the circuit, John Lester and James Shields. And the net result was 17 combined runs. Yesterday in Los Angeles, Adam Wainwright and Clayton Kershaw, 19 runs. And here we are tonight in D.C., deep into both teams' respective bullpens, and still sitting on a 1-1 tie. Craig Stammen continues. He'll get the meat of the Giants' order: Posey, Sandoval, and Pence. You'd have a hard time explaining to somebody that had never seen baseball before that it's actually the same game. A day after it seemed like nobody could get anybody out in Los Angeles. An unbelievable Cardinals-Dodgers game yesterday. Pitching has ruled the night tonight in D.C. Buster Posey has a pair of singles tonight, including a very big single in the ninth that was a part of that run-scoring rally to tie it at 1.
Yeah, a big inning here is like getting 2 hits in 1 inning is considered a big inning the way this game has gone. And yet, to your point, Cardinals, I think, scored 8 runs.
An 8-run inning. Yeah.
Man.
Sandoval had the game-tying hit in the ninth. Lined into left. A base hit and maybe more. Posey takes the turn and is satisfied with a leadoff single here in the 14th.
3-0, green light right here. 3-0, trying to end it with 1 swing, or get the lead with 1 swing, not end it, but he goes down and hits it down where they're playing no doubles as well. The infielder, at least third baseman on the line.
Let's take a look at some of the numbers in game 2 of the NLDS. 36 players have been used, 14 of them pitchers, a lot of pitches, only 16 hits in almost 14 complete innings. We're at 441 and counting on the game time, and the temperature has dropped 8 degrees since the beginning of the night. The wind has picked up substantially. Here's the Panda now, Pablo Sandoval. Again, it was his double in the ninth that tied it. He had extended his postseason hitting streak to 13 in a row. A ball and a strike.
It's just difficult to predict what Sandoval is looking for or where he will swing. It truly makes him the wild card, and in the postseason he seems to slow it down more. He's more relaxed. I would say in the regular season definitely more an aggressive hitter, and so this time of the year gets him more locked in for whatever reason. But he just sees the ball and puts the bat to it more times out of not.
A ball and 2 strikes.
I always talk about quadrants as a pitcher, and some guys' quadrants is like a coffee can. You can't get him to expand the strike zone. You've already seen 2 pitches up that he could swing at. He could swing at a curveball or slider in the dirt right here just as easily, and not a lot of guys do. But the flip side of that is you could have it 2 inches above the plate, and he could golf it for a double or a home run or a single. He has that capability to disrupt a pitcher's plan.
A ball and 2 strikes. Took a whack at another pitch up in the zone. Sends that into shallow left. And Harper is there to make the catch. It's a big first out for Craig Stammen.
The old triangle of infielder, outfielder coming in, and then of course once they hear the outfielder, they peel off to make sure there's no confusion and running into each other. Home, you should never have that problem. On the road, the crowd's going to get real loud, and sometimes you don't hear the communication.
Hunter Pence doubled to start things in the top of the 12th and was left stranded after Jerry Blevins came out of the bullpen to get Belt Crawford and pinch hitter Andrew Susac. Leadoff base hit by Buster Posey. He represents the go-ahead run with one away here in the 14th. Strike one to Hunter Pence. Even for a player as low maintenance as Hunter Pence, and Bruce Bochy told us on a number of occasions this year and reiterated the point with us yesterday that Pence is the lowest maintenance player he's ever had. That's in 20 years of managing.
What that means, you know, for those of you at home, you don't have to worry about much. You just know that you pencil him in. He's going to do all the little things and all the things it takes to get ready. The manager's concern on low maintenance guys is a pleasure.
And even for a guy like that, a couple of visits to the trainer, day off, get wrapped, take a nice soak. It's been a grueling couple of games. And a ball and 2 strikes now to Hunter Pence.
As much activity as he has, from his motion as holding the bat, his leg action, everything in his mechanics doesn't scream the statistical category that you would think. He's got a leg kick. He's active in the box. But he somehow finds a way to get his hands in the right position. And much like Panda, get the barrel of the bat to the ball.
Got him looking. Pence is rung up for out number 2.
Ball had a little tail back over the outside part of the plate. Pence probably thought it was a little bit out and up. But you saw that leg kick there in his hands, and he never was able to pull the trigger because the fastball beat him to the spot.
Brandon Belt now, he's been held hitless tonight. Belt had a couple of hits yesterday as Stammen's first pitch misses low, apparently, a ball and no strikes. We talked about what an injury-filled 2014 it's been for Belt. Off to a terrific start in April. A broken thumb on May 9th cost him 50 games, and then a concussion in late July effectively scrapped the post-All-Star portion of the season. Played in only 15 games the last 2 months of 2014. The Giants did what they could to get him regular at-bats down the stretch, knowing how important he'd be in this series. That one bounces, but not far enough away for Posey to advance, and it's 2 balls and a strike. We are perhaps moments away from the second 7th inning stretch in this one. Middle of the 14th, just doing some ad hoc math.
We don't get 2 God Bless Americas, do we?
Not sure. Not sure. We did get 2 presidents' races, however. 2-2 to Brandon Belt. In the bottom of the 14th, the Nationals will have Ian Desmond, Bryce Harper, and Wilson Ramos, each of whom has the ability to end this night with 1 swing of the bat.
Good thing for a lot of these people, it ain't a work day tomorrow. Or it could be, but for a lot of them it's Saturday.
Chance to warm up and sleep it off. It'll all be worth their while if the if the Nationals can bounce back here. That one does bounce away from Ramos. Posey trying to advance and is thrown out. Some momentum to get the Nationals into the last of the 14th. Desmond, Harper, and Ramos to try to win it for Washington. There has been, if you're curious, only one league division series game longer than ours tonight, and that was Game 4 of the 2005 NLDS between the Braves and the Astros, an 18-inning affair, which I suspect you have a recollection of.
Yeah, not a good one. We had a big lead. Hudson started that game. LaRoche hit a home run. 18 painful innings later, we're on our way home because our series ended. I do believe that the Astros at some point during that 18 innings, I think threw a 9-inning no-hitter out of relief. Ironically, that same year, the Astros played in a World Series game that went 18 innings against the White Sox well.
There were a handful of LDS games, or one LDS game longer than this one. In the National League, a handful altogether. You saw that Mariners-Yankees game there, the 1995 series between the two of them that went 15 innings, Game 2 of that series. Ian Desmond leads things off here for the Nationals.
Teed has done a nice job just mixing it up.
2 scoreless innings by Yusmeiro Petit so far. Desmond tried to hold up, could not do so, and it's 0-2. A hit and a walk for Ian Desmond tonight. He had an 0-for-4 opener yesterday in which he stranded 5 base runners. All would be forgotten here if he were to come up with something to start a game-winning rally. Nothing in 2. Bryce Harper waiting on deck. really late. And the strikeout starts the last of the 14th, one away.
He makes 87 look like 97 after a couple of those breaking balls. That's what I was trying to talk to you about. What a hitter sees sometimes isn't exactly the miles per hour that will wow them. It's just the change of speeds and the lack of any kind of continuity.
So here's Bryce Harper once again, hitless so far tonight. Though it looked like the fly ball he hit in the bottom of the 12th was going to contribute to a game-winning rally. Desmond had walked. Then Harper's fly ball sent him to second with one away. But Petit was able to strike out Ramos. Then after an intentional walk, he retired the side when Danny Espinosa lined to shortstop.
See, that's a backdoor cutter there, trying to keep the ball away from Harper. Nothing down and in the middle, as we saw. Velocity does not bother Bryce Harper. It's movement, and it's curveballs that he sees a lot of them. You can't throw it hard enough down the middle or even over the middle, heart of the plate. He's going to hit it out of the park with his swing.
Well, he turned around a 98-mile-an-hour fastball yesterday from Hunter Strickland and put it into the top tank out there in the right field corner. So to your point, he'll catch up with the hard stuff. 2 balls and a strike to him here. Bases empty, one away, last of the 14th, tied at 1. Yusmeiro Petit's longest relief outing during the regular season came against the Nationals. Back on August 23rd, as a part of a 6-2 San Francisco loss, he went 4 1/3. Again, he did make 12 starts during the regular season. So distance certainly isn't an issue yet for him, working in his 3rd inning.
And he did set a major league record by getting 47 consecutive hitters out, which still blows my mind.
That might have been the least celebrated major league record set this year. I mean, that's a big time accomplishment.
It's unbelievable.
And it was almost reported as an aside in some circles. Certainly in baseball, people paid attention. Mark Burley had been the previous record holder. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Bryce Harper. Struck him out. Back-to-back strikeouts start the 14th.
That's just really good pitching. That's working with your strength, attacking the hitter's weakness. Away, and away, and he painted. About 2 hours and 45 minutes ago, that Wilson chant was loud. These folks are waiting to get loud. That Wilson chant's got a little more tiredness in it.
Wilson Ramos has struck out 3 times tonight. He has singled as well. Those breaking ball sliders have given him trouble for most of the evening. Behind 0-1 now. Game 3 of the series on MLB Network on Monday. And it'll be a World Series rematch. The 2012 Giants Tigers World Series. Madison Bumgarner and Doug Fister. And we still don't have any clue as to whether or not that's going to be an 0-2 series or a 1-1 affair. And Ramos is behind 0-2. For the 4th time tonight, Wilson Ramos has struck out. A 1-2-3 4th as Petit strikes out the side in the 14th. days ago now that this game became a 1-1 tie when Pablo Sandoval sent this double into the left field corner. It brought in Joe PANIK, and the game almost saw a go-ahead run. Buster Posey thought he beat the tag. The original call was out. The call was upheld after a review, and we've been sitting on 1-1 ever since.
Yeah, two great things happened in that play. The relay, of course, the ball in the corner. Harper gets it in, and a great short hop by Ramos.
Craig Stammen continues. He gets Brandon Belt to roll over a ground ball for Danny Espinosa, and there's one away. And it does seem like another night. You could say this accurately. When Jordan Zimmermann was out there, absolutely dominant over 8 2/3. At one point retiring 20 straight Giants. A stretch that ended when he walked Joe PANIK in the 9th with 2 away. Here's Brandon Crawford now with 1 gone. It was Drew Storen that came in the 9th. That tying run, though, charged to Zimmermann, scored on Storen's watch. Since then, it's been Tyler Clippard, Matt Thornton, Aaron Barrett, Jerry Blevins, and now Craig Stammen.
Stammen's done a great job, really settling in.
Another ground ball to the right side of the infield, and 2 quick outs for Stammen in the 15th.
A lot of those outs. There's Espinosa playing second base for the thrown out Asdrubal Cabrera. Call that a professional beard, by the way. That's what a beard's supposed to look like.
Yeah, in addition to Asdrubal Cabrera being ejected, Matt Williams was run as a part of that same sequence of events. So Randy Knorr has been acting manager since then, and there's a strike 1 to Yusmeiro Petit. More will be asked of the big swing man, apparently. A ball and a strike. So just looking at what is available still on the bench for Bruce Bochy, he's got Joaquin Arias. He's got Gary Brown. And before we can even get too much farther into it, we'll go to the bottom of the 15th. Fight Night. The main event can now be seen on FX and on Fox Sports Go. Well, precious few options remain for Randy Knorr and Bruce Bochy tonight. Just 2 bench guys for each side, and the Nationals are going to use one of them to pinch hit and lead things off in the home 15th. That's right, America, home 15th. One of the 2 ex-Giants on the Nationals bench, Kevin Franzen. It'll be Franzen, then the switch hitter Danny Espinosa, and top of the order DENARD Span against Yusmeiro Petit, who in his 3 relief innings tonight has yielded only 1 hit and has struck out 5.
Yeah, opposite his name so far, he has been big.
That's the kind of wordplay you get after 15 innings, America. That's right. He's not petite. He has been big. First pitch from him to Kevin Franzen's in for a strike. There's not a single call that Vic Carapazza could make today that's not going to elicit some kind of reaction from the fans.
The fans have gotten some serious exercises without even really moving. They just stand up when the Nats are batting and they sit down when they're pitching, and this has been going on for quite some time.
Kevin Franzen, drafted by the Giants out of San Jose State University. Played for the home team, if you will. And there's a pop-up for PANIK and 1 away.
That was the first hittable one in a while. That ball stayed in the strike zone. A little cutter that really didn't cut as much, but coming off the bench, being cold, 4.5 hours later, it's a pop-up.
You know, you'll hear guys talk about how in long extra innings games during the regular season, they'll admit to something that they wouldn't ordinarily admit to. Yeah, I was just swinging for the downs. I took a couple of huge hacks hoping to end it. In a postseason game like this, I'm not sure that same mentality applies. Again, the stakes for the Nationals in particular are very high tonight. They're at risk of going back to San Francisco for Game 3 of the series on Monday, down 0-2.
Yeah, they really don't want to think about the what if, and the what if was the 9th inning. A starter who has been dominating the entire game, and on some close pitches walks this first batter with 2 outs in the 9th. Still not a big deal, but it was because the next 2 guys got hits.
Espinosa behind 0-2.
And honestly, it is easier to play if you're the Giants up 1-0 in this scenario. You're going home. You feel like you're going to win 2 games anyways if they don't win this game. It's a lot harder to play if you're the Nationals, even though you're at home and you got it last at bat right here.
Two breaking ball, tried to wrap around the corner and missed. It's a ball and a strike. 2 strikes rather. We talked a little bit about Danny Espinosa's time with the Nationals in his last plate appearance. A career National and a guy that's had to overcome some physical adversity to stay a part of the plans. Problems that have included a torn rotator cuff. That on his left non-throwing shoulder late in 2012. Something that happened as a result of a dive in early September. Tried cortisone shots. Last season, some time with a fractured wrist. 2 balls and 2 strikes to him here with 1 gone and the bases empty. So for the Nationals, after Kevin Franzen was used off the bench, And again, there was some controversy involving whether or not he was announced earlier in the game to pinch hit. Only Jose Lobaton remains among position players. And for San Francisco, as we talked about last half inning, Gary Brown, Joaquin Arias. That's it. Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. On the ground for PANIK. And it's 3 2/3 of scoreless relief authored by Yusmeiro Petit.
Another good 3-2 pitch on the corner. Not giving in, even though he's throwing his fastball. Making good location pitches. Getting outs.
So now DENARD Span, who has endured a long 0-for today.
You can easily see why these 2 bullpens are ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively in the National League.
Span's been held hitless today, 0 for 6. The 30-year-old former first-round choice of the Twins will try to start something with 2 gone. A franchise record and National League leading 184 hits for Span during the regular season. He give up both of those titles for the chance to start a game-winning rally here tonight. Just keeping Span off base has been huge in this series so far.
Yeah, it has. You mentioned the hits he's been given or had through the year. He's first in multi-hit games with 58. He'd just as soon just get that 1 right now out of the way. Stolen bases, he's 5th. Runs, he's 5th. He's had a really good year. They'd love to get him going, even if it's in the 15th inning right now, that some carryover effect as the series plays out.
I mean, he's been kept 0 for 10 in the series. He has not been on base. It's a guy that stole a career high 31 bases this year, and at one point had a consecutive games streak of 36 in which he reached base safely. Has been completely neutralized in 2 nights by the Giants pitching staff. If this game goes to a 16th inning, San Francisco has 9, then 1 and 2. Perez, Blanco, and PANIK in their top half of the 16th. Three balls and a strike to DENARD Span. And there's ball 4, and that's the first time in the series that DENARD Span has been aboard. Well, that has the potential to change things now. His stolen base threat is certainly in play in front of the guy who's had the best offensive night for Washington, Anthony Rendon.
Yeah, you almost think right here that they got to try whatever they can to get him to second base. Of course, Petit is going to try to vary his times and probably throw over there a few times.
Again, 31 bags during the regular season for DENARD Span, a career high. He's aboard as the winning run with 2 out. He'll stay put on the first pitch to Rendon, which is hit in the air, popped up foul. You know, this one has certainly played out a lot closer to what we saw throughout the regular season. In fact, it's been more stingy than what we saw during the regular season. The 8 postseason games that led into this one played out in a completely different fashion with a bunch of offense. And we saw how big the stolen base can be in this postseason already. The American League wild card game between Kansas City and Oakland. Kansas City swiped 7 bags. A record for stolen bases in a postseason game. Ended up with a 9-8 win. Span stays put again, and it's 1-1 to Rendon.
Well, it would be fitting with 2 outs and nobody on and a walk. That's how this happened in the 9th. Could it happen?
That's right.
For the Nats in the 15th.
Did you say 15th?
I did.
I got to remind myself of that.
I had to look up at the scoreboard because you know I gave up scorekeeping after the 3rd.
Span stays put again, and it's 2 balls and a strike to Rendon.
And this was the pressure we talked that hasn't been able to be put on many pitchers. And we're talking about the threat of stealing, which therefore the pitcher has to speed up and doesn't throw as good a pitch as if he doesn't have that awareness of somebody on base that could go. So there is a trickle effect on what the hitter can see as a pitch with a runner on first as opposed to nobody on first.
There goes Span, had a huge jump. Rendon shoots it into deep right center field. Blanco's under it to send us to the 16th. 4 scoreless innings in relief by Yusmeiro Petit, and we play on in our nation's capital. Out there for a long postseason game. Tonight's is the longest since Adam LaRoche played in that 18-inning affair between the Braves and Astros back in '05.
I tried every spot in the clubhouse, dugout, you name it, to try and get a rally going. That's what guys will be doing. They'll try everything they can. They'll try a food rally, which I tried a lot during that game. They'll try different seats, different positions in the dugout, anything I, of course, was scheduled to pitch Game 5 if that were to happen back in Atlanta. And it never did.
Juan Perez leads things off in the 16th against Rafael Soriano.
This was an interesting decision, really, by Matt Williams. Soriano lost his closer spot and has been struggling. But they decided to put him on the roster. He's been a big part up until this point to the year.
That is quickly in front, 0-2.
He can regain the form.
Juan Perez did not start the night in the lineup, but still might end up with 3, 4, 5 plate appearances. And he strikes out as he swings and misses. One away. Well, this is challenging a major league record, the time and length of this game, and we talked about that night in 2005, that Braves Astros contest that went deep into the night. Chris Myers, back in the Fox Sports 1 studios, has some more details and a walk down memory lane for John Smoltz. Astros celebrate after 18 innings. Top of the order now, Gregor Blanco.
Turned my head. I didn't even want to watch it.
I noticed you did turn your head.
Had to boycott the whole thing.
Yeah, we talk about Adam LaRoche's participation in that game. He was replaced after 8 innings by Julio Franco. So he was probably wandering around the clubhouse with you looking for a lucky place to sit. You mentioned Rafael Soriano being relieved of closer's duties in the second half of the season after such a great start to 2014. We talked to Matt Williams and pitching coach Steve McCaddy about that conversation and about that decision before the series began. And they echoed the same sentiment, that Soriano, for his part, was fine with the decision. He knew he hadn't been effective. And he told Steve McCaddy and Matt Williams on a couple of occasions, look, I just want to win. Do what's best for the team. The 3-0 pitch is in for a strike, and it's 3-1 to Gregor Blanco.
Well, this crowd is stuck in there as long as they could. I think with each inning, probably 300 to 500 people have been exiting, but this, for the most part, they have stuck in here and tried to rally their troops.
Popped him up in foul territory, Rendon, and 2 away. Here's how the way the season broke down for Rafael Soriano before the All-Star break and after the All-Star break.
Been doing this a long time. He's pitched some pretty big games, but down the stretch just lost the feel of that natural cutter. Started getting flat over the middle of the plate. As a closer, you don't have chances to really fix it with bullpens per se. So they took him out of the spot and tried to find places to get him going without that kind of pressure of finishing a game. And like you said, Matt, he's been a trooper with it and just wants to win.
Joe Panik hitless tonight. A ball and a strike from Soriano. Another pop onto the left side of the infield. Another chance for Rendon. And Rafael Soriano works a scoreless top of the 16th. Jason Worth leads off the bottom half, still tied at 1. Here in D.C. It's been that way ever since the Giants scored it with 2 out in the top of the 9th, and there aren't a whole lot of bench options left. Counting the entire rosters for Washington, they've got Tanner Roark, who's warming up as we speak, and only Jose Lobaton among position players. We kind of don't count Fister, Gonzalez, and Strasburg starters, though they are technically available. San Francisco, we don't really talk about Peavy and Vogelsong being available. They've got 2 position players left, as we've talked about. Hunter Strickland pitched yesterday, and Tim Lincecum has also been up in the bullpen for the Giants.
Well, based on that, you see Roark going to be the guy that's all they have pretty much left. For the Giants, they have some opportunity to close out a game with Strickland and then use their last resource in Lincecum.
Jason Worth leads it off for Washington. He has singled tonight. The base hit came in the 13th. We've said this before for the Nationals, but they've got the middle of their order with a chance to walk this win off. Tanner Roark continues to throw in the bullpen for Washington. The pitcher spot isn't due up until 6th. And the Nationals would likely have already won it before that spot comes up in the lineup. It's not a guarantee, but it's likely if it were to go that far. So the fact that Roark is up and throwing would indicate that Randy Knorr is only comfortable with 1 relief inning out of Rafael Soriano tonight. And that stands to reason for a guy that's used in short relief, and a called strike 3 taken by Jason Worth.
And that's the pitching backwards that the Giants have seemed to be doing to Jason Worth. He's had such great numbers, looking off speed possibly, and maybe thinking that ball was down, but another really good pitch by Petit. He just seems comfortable, even if his insides aren't. He's been making pitch after pitch, as has everybody who's entered a game really after the 9th.
Really true. So now Adam LaRoche hitless over 6 tonight. I mean, Washington really they haven't even had that many opportunities as LaRoche swings and misses at a changeup. After they scored the run in the 3rd, the Nationals have had but a handful of runners in scoring position tonight.
Yeah, and only one time with less than 2 outs. They had the runner on 3rd with 2 outs when they scored their first run. And then 2 outs, nobody on. I'm sorry, 2 outs, nobody on when they scored their first run. The Nationals really have, this has been a game where 2-out hits have been huge. For the only 2 runs that have scored, they've come with 2 outs.
A ball and 2 strikes to LaRoche. In the 8 postseason games that preceded tonight's, an average of 10.9 runs were scored. Those 8 games averaged almost 3 home runs a game. Yet tonight we've gotten into the bottom of the 16th, 1-1. LaRoche with a big ball out to right. That dies for Hunter Pence. Ho ho.
A little bit off the end of the bat there when he first swung and made contact. Of course, the crowd is wishing, trying, blowing it out here. Big swing, but not exactly the meat of the bat. but it sure did get everybody's attention.
Half-inch down the trademark, and we're going home. So 2 away now for Ian Desmond. Desmond's base hit came in the 4th. He singled and stole second. It's one of the few opportunities that Washington's had with the runner in scoring position in less than 2 out. Harper and Ramos then struck out to end the threat. Bryce Harper waits on deck here with 2 away.
He had one thought and one thought only. Cutter over the middle of the plate that he was trying to lift and separate and leave this yard. Big swing.
Ian Desmond, the last member of the Nationals whose original DNA can be traced back to the Montreal Expos, is now behind the ball and 2 strikes. This is the anniversary, I believe, of 10 years in 1 day since the final Montreal Expos game, before the team ultimately packed up and headed across the border, settling in D.C. Just missed the corner, did Petit. It's 2-2.
Well, he's been following this trend, trying to get the hitter to walk outside the plate with him, trying to creep on that outside part of the plate, and then he throws a little spinner off of that fastball away, keeping it away from the middle of the plate. A lot of soft outs, with the exception of that fly ball that we saw there off of Petit. There it is.
Another scoreless inning of relief by Yusmeiro Petit.
How does 135 games in college football have played and finished before our game's been over at the start of our game.
Well, it could go even farther still, because the Nationals go to the bullpen for a guy who's been one of their best starters all year. And Tanner Roark will face the meat of the Giants order in the top of the 17th.
Well, we've reached the point in repeating it. The Nationals, if they don't win this game, the effect is just getting worse and worse with each inning. And what I mean by that is it emotionally and mentally starts taking its toll. You win this game and you feel so charged up because you've got new life and you're going to San Francisco regardless. You lose this, it starts pondering all kinds of doubt of what could have been. So Roark is now in a position where he needs to continue it as long as possible and put as much pressure on the Giants and decision on what they want to do, and whether keeping Petit out there is their only option.
In a rotation with some heavyweight names: Strasburg, Zimmerman, Gio Gonzalez. It's Tanner Roark who really asserted himself as one of the big stories of 2014. A 15-10 record, a 2.85 ERA, dynamite numbers at home in particular. There's a fly ball out to left off the bat of Buster Posey for out number 1. Let's put some time and date stamps on what's happened here tonight. Jordan Zimmermann took the mound to begin the evening at 5:36 Eastern. The Nationals took the lead about an hour later. That was a lead they held until 8:26 Eastern time, when Pablo Sandoval's RBI double with 2 out in the 9th tied the score. Buster Posey nearly scoring the go-ahead run. He was thrown out at the plate. Just about 9 o'clock Eastern, Asdrubal Cabrera was thrown out. About 30 seconds after that, there goes manager Matt Williams. Just the cliff notes on how we've gotten to a top of the 17th. There's Pablo Sandoval now. We are approaching a major league record for longest postseason games by time. One and one. We've taken it this far, Mr. Smoltz. Let's keep going.
Might as well.
Got another 9 minutes to set a major league record tonight. I say we're getting there. We're at the top of the inning.
Oh, we're there. We're there, man.
Roark's next offering is fouled away. Success at AAA Syracuse and success with the major league rotation are different things. And there were a lot of folks that didn't know if Roark's stuff would translate into success at the big league level. He has proven that it has. It's 2-2 now.
The depth of this rotation, 1 through 5, makes them the best in baseball, in my opinion. They have so many options and weapons.
2-2 to Sandoval. His line to second. Great play by Danny Espinosa, leaning to his right.
That truly was one of the harder hit balls in a while that resulted in an out. This ball squared up. Good chance where the outfielders were that was a double. But Espinosa was there to make sure it wasn't.
Here's Hunter Pence now. Two for 6 tonight. Pence doubled to lead off the 12th and then was left stranded. Oh, that's a foul tip that Wilson Ramos catches in the arm.
Yeah, that smoked him. I mean, there's no padding there, right off the bicep. Oh, man.
Bryce Harper will lead things off in the bottom of the 17th. And Tanner Roark is a strike away from sending us there.
The fans' shoulders are officially tired. The towels are not up as much as they were earlier.
Second-year right-hander who began his professional career in the independent leagues. Down to first, the appeal. Pence swung the bat. We're going to the bottom of the 17th. Bryce Harper with another chance to be the hero. Still tied at 1. Some of the frustrations and intensity of a 1-1 tie that's gone to the bottom of the 17th. Back with John Smoltz, J.P. Morosi, Matt Vasgersian. Bryce Harper will lead things off in the last of the 17th, as the Nationals have 6-7-8 against Yusmeiro Petit. A hitless game 2 of the series for Harper. Petit has been outstanding in relief. 5 scoreless innings tonight. He has struck out 7 and yielded only 1 hit. He's pitched around a handful of walks, 3 of them.
Based on the pace, it seems like he's been out there 8 innings, but every pitch means something when you're coming up on the road. One swing can end the game.
Harper with a fly ball into the left field corner, and Perez is there for it. There's 1 away. In the regular season, sometimes these games dwindle down to someone losing it instead of someone grabbing the reins and winning it. Again, I don't think any of that dynamic applies with the stakes as high as they are tonight. But with one gone now, here's Wilson Ramos. He's singled tonight. You cannot say enough about the work that Yusmeiro Petit has done. 5 1/3 now. Craig Stammen was brilliant. 3 scoreless relief innings. And pretty soon we can accurately say that it doesn't only seem like a different day, but it was a different day that Jordan Zimmermann started against Tim Hudson. Creeping up on 11:30 Eastern. Some 6 hours after the first pitch was thrown. Ramos sends a fly ball out to right center field. And there are 2 away.
Yeah, the one crazy thing about this game is when you play in this game this long, you can get out the same way this long, and they have been able to do that with a lot of hitters by a plan and scouting reports and executing it. That's what's so amazing to me. We're here in the 17th inning, and these pitchers are executing pitches in situations that one bad pitch could change the game.
Tanner Roark will bat in his turn in the order here with 2 out. Ground ball for Crawford. We go to the 18th inning in D.C. tonight. Giants and Nationals still tied at 1. Thought that we'd get there, but this game has set a major league record. It's the longest in postseason history, 5 hours 53 minutes and counting, as we're in just the top of the 18th.
Well, I've reached one of my bonuses in broadcasting now.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you got to a contractual bonus. So you get to 18 innings, bonus money kicks in.
That's a trooper there.
Oh, man, it's a late night. Well, we're only a few minutes away, more than a few minutes. We're a half an hour away from this one getting so deep into the night that Tanner Roark will be a year older. His 28th birthday comes on October 5th, which we are creeping up ever closer toward. A terrific present for him if he's the pitcher of record in a Game 2 victory for the Nationals. Top of the 18th.
Well, they got a present there. Nice little call off the plate.
Belt, Crawford, and then the pitcher's spot. Yusmeiro Petit's already hit once in this game. 2 bench players still available for Bruce Bochy. 0-2 the count to Brandon Belt. You know, if I were to have told you that we get to 18 innings tonight and then give you these other numbers, you'd think there was a disconnect. You would think that in an 18-inning game, there have been dozens of missed opportunities and all kinds of chances. The Giants have only had 8 runners in scoring position tonight. They're 1 for 8. Washington 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Minimal success, but again, it's not like there have been dozens of runners on base this evening.
No, it's been well pitched. A lot of good plays. Just the hitting's at a disadvantage tonight. That man right there needs an ice tub afterwards.
A 1-2 to Brandon. Belt misses the corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes, and it is certainly that time of night where a crowd that's 6 hours weary is going to moan and ooh about plate pitches that are clearly off the plate, like that one was. And it stays 2-2 to the Giants' first baseman. Game 3 of the series in San Francisco on Monday. You can watch it on MLB Network. Madison Bumgarner, who was brilliant in the National League wildcard game on Wednesday in Pittsburgh, against Washington right-hander Doug Fister. Full count.
Good pitch there. Didn't get the call. But wasn't as good as that first shot off the plate. So he did make the right.
Well, even you're getting into it now.
Yeah.
Belt with a drive, hammered to deep right field, and that one is gone. Brandon Belt had been quiet tonight, held 0 for 6.
It is unbelievable.
So that, friends, was no cheapie either. A 3-2 pitch from Tanner Roark that went a long ways into the right field seats. And for Brandon Belt, who we've talked about the last 2 nights, overcoming all kinds of physical adversity this year, playing in just a couple of dozen games in the last 2 months of the season. A huge home run to lift the Giants to a 1-run lead in the 18th inning.
Well, now more than likely that's going to bring up Hunter Strickland to come in and try and get the save, the hard throwing right-hander that we saw in game 1.
Count stays 0-2 on Brandon Crawford. Strickland gave up the 2 solo shots yesterday, including that moon ball off the bat of Bryce Harper. And Crawford with a swing and a miss. 1 gone in the 18th.
Well, look where the pitch was supposed to be and look where it ended up. That was in. He missed location. One of the rare times a reliever has missed location. He pulls his hand in and absolutely crushes it. So for most of the part, all these pitchers been able to hit their spot, and we said one swing are going to miss. Could change the game, and of course the Giants are ecstatic at this point.
Gary Brown now pinch hitting in what was Petit's spot in the order, which backs up your statement even farther, John, that we'll see Hunter Strickland in the bottom of the 18th.
What's the luxury that Bruce Bochy had by bringing in his closer in extra innings where the lineup was set up for the Nationals' best chance to score? He knew he had a young man that could throw 100 miles an hour that, if needed, If his team took the lead, he could bring him in. So the luxury of what Petit was able to do and the amount of innings that he gave the Giants just set it up for Hunter Strickland to come in and try to nail it down.
And the 1-2 pitch to Gary Brown is swung on and missed.
Well, having said that, if he's not able to nail it down and they tie the game up, which who wouldn't think that's going to happen, you've got Tim Lincecum behind him to give them the depth they need. So a crazy game just gets crazier. One swing of the bat. The Giants are feeling really good.
Here's Juan Perez now with 2 gone. As we mentioned, Perez did not start the day in the lineup, yet he's making his 4th plate appearance here tonight. The Nationals led for 8+ innings tonight. San Francisco tied it with 2 out in the 9th. We stayed tied for 9 innings. And the Giants on the Brandon Belt solo home run have taken their first lead of the night some 6 hours after the game began. A ball and 2 strikes to Juan Perez. The Nationals in the bottom half of the 18th will have Danny Espinosa to lead it off, then Span and Rendon. Little pop up behind shortstop. Desmond yields to Harper. Will go to the last of the 18th. Will this be the swing that sends this series to San Francisco with the Giants up 2-0? We'll find out when we go to the bottom of the inning next. The longest game in postseason history, one that's used 39 players, 16 of them pitchers, only 17 hits as we go to the bottom of the 18th inning. And we're over 6 hours into the night. Brandon Belt's leadoff home run in the top of the 18th stands as the difference. And if Hunter Strickland can get 3 more outs, the Giants are going back home for Game 3 on Monday, up 2-0 in the series.
Hunter Strickland throws 100 miles an hour, literally. I don't know if he'll reach that tonight, but he can rush it up there with a fastball, pretty good curveball. And I think if you're the Nationals, you're trying to figure out if he can pound some strikes if you're the first hitter. Already seen what happens when the fastball's not put in the proper spot. they were able to launch them in the right field. But one of those guys is no longer in the game. And that is Cabrera is no longer in. So his replacement, Espinosa, is leading off.
Well, we know about how big missing location can be, because that's what happened with Tanner Roark when he lost Brandon Belt on the home run.
Yeah, one bad pitch right there. A sinker trying to go away, and it just stayed over the middle of the plate. And like you said, Matt, this was not cheap. It was upper deck. And the Giants doing their little happy dance when they get in there.
Danny Espinosa leads it off for the Nationals in their half of the 18th. There will be a lot said and written about potential heroes in this one tonight. And if the Giants end up with the win, Brandon Belt's going to get many of the headlines. But in an 18-inning story, you have to go back to how big Tim Hudson was starting the night. Yusmeiro Petit, 6 scoreless relief innings in this ball game. Pablo Sandoval with the big 2-out double that tied it in the 9th. A ball and no strikes.
It would almost be impossible to pick out one for the Giants, and either for either team. And it's just been a historic game. I don't know what was more improbable as we talk about last night. A lead with Kershaw is almost like as good as the greatest safe there is to try to break into, and that didn't happen last night. And then 2 outs in the 9th with a guy who has been dealing. No chance that a rally could take place in the 9th with, if you've seen this game from the start that we did, and it did. It happened with 2 outs and a walk.
A ball and 2 strikes. Yusmeiro Petit would be in line for the victory tonight. And you have to go back a ways to find the last pitchers to work 6 or more scoreless innings in relief and win a postseason game. Pedro Martinez in Game 5 of the 1999 ALDS. And then you have to go all the way back to 1971. And then rookie Bruce Kison in Game 4 of the World Series that year with the Pirates. Bruce Kison would go on to work 14 more years in the big leagues. A big moment in his rookie campaign on the big stage in '71. And Petit in line tonight. Stays 2 balls and 2 strikes on Danny Espinosa.
I don't think the fans were being too kind.
Yeah, fans not very kind. Even the players were smiling. The ball came back off the screen after that foul ball and hit the home plate umpire Vic Carapazza, who's come under fire tonight. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Espinosa. Struck him out. The Nationals are down to their final 2 outs tonight.
There's that breaking ball. Wondering if he foul tipped it, but he didn't. The ball skipped. When you come to a playoff game, I don't care what game it is, unless you're the previous day starter, you never know how it's going to play out and if you're going to be asked to be used. And certainly this is one of those games.
Here's Denard Span now. He drew a walk in the 15th. He is 0 for 10 in the series. That base on balls in the 15th inning came with 2 out. And it's been the only time he's reached base safely to start the series. You know, we talk about Hunter Strickland being groomed as a potential closer down the road for the Giants. He was actually drafted by the Red Sox as an 18th rounder in 2007. And then was sent to the Pirates in exchange for Adam LaRoche back in July of 2009. The Giants didn't get their hands on him until April of 2013 when they claimed him off waivers. They released him that summer just a few years later and then re-signed him. It wasn't until then that they feel the light really went on for Hunter Strickland, who's always thrown hard. And it's a ball and 2 strikes now to Denard Span. And part of that transition was making the successful move from starter to closer. He always felt like, looking back, he got antsy between starts, needed to be out there more than once every 5 days. When Strickland made his postseason debut last night, he did so having made only 9 regular season appearances in the big leagues. Only David Price, then of the Rays, made a postseason debut with fewer major league games on his resume. Two balls and 2 strikes to Denard Span.
Whatever emotions he's got going on right now, he'll remember this if he can close it down for the Giants in one of the most improbable wins that I can remember in playoffs, although be at the second game of the LDS. Right now, Denard Span's trying to spoil that 0-2 count, worked it to full.
Anthony Rendon waits on deck. 4 hits for him tonight. Here's the 3-2 on its way to Span. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes to Denard Span. And it'll stay full. You know, while we have a moment, we should mention the terrific job by our Fox Sports 1 crew. Folks on the field capturing the images that you've been watching for the last 6 hours. Personnel in our production truck tonight. Nobody takes a pitch off in the postseason, not even the TV folks.
They do not.
Still full, 3 balls and 2 strikes to Denard Span. And he's hanging around.
He is spoiling off a couple good pitch. Posey's going to go out and tell Mr. Strickland what he wants to do here. 3-2, a couple that he's pulled foul.
Doug Fister and Madison Bumgarner in Game 3 in San Francisco Monday. This game is 2 outs away from making the Nationals-Giants League Division Series the third with a team that faces an 0-2 deficit. The Angels backed up against it against Kansas City. Same for the Tigers, down 0-2 to the Baltimore Orioles. And now we're 1 out away from that. Anthony Rendon, the last chance for the Nationals.
Rendon had a 4-for-4 game working, 0 for his last 3. I would think he's trying to figure out which fastball and where in that location can he take advantage of the power of Hunter Strickland.
Four hits in his first 4 trips to the plate tonight. A 4-for-6 night overall from Anthony Rendon. Check it, 4 for 7. Trying to keep it alive for perhaps Jason Worth to have an opportunity next. And just to clarify the earlier note regarding Hunter Strickland, second fewest big league games in his career before his first postseason save. Not sure if I mentioned that part of it or not. David Price, 5 games before saving a game in the postseason. And for Hunter Strickland, only 9. Trying to save Game 2 of the division series tonight. 1-1 to Rendon. It looked for the longest time like 1 run was enough tonight. Jordan Zimmermann in complete command, at one point retiring 20 consecutive Giants. Then Pablo Sandoval's game-tying double had kept it tied for 9 innings until Brandon Belt's solo home run in the 18th.
Good discipline there. 1-1 count, good breaking ball. If you're aggressive, you may go after it. One of the Zimmermans.
Ryan, who had a pinch hitting appearance tonight as he did yesterday. Here's Strickland's 2-1. 3 balls and a strike. Jason Worth has a single tonight in his 7 at-bats. Responsible for the only walk-off hit in Nationals postseason history. Hoping for an opportunity here. 3 balls and a strike to Rendon with 2 away. And it'll go all the way full, and why not? Six hours, 18 minutes and counting. Every moment worth it if you're a Giants fan. Nationals hoping it can continue a little bit longer. The 3-2.
Spoiled off another one. Giants at the edge of their seat, getting ready to pour out of the dugout. Nationals just hoping they get to extend it now. Get Worth at the plate.
Madison Bumgarner ready for Game 3 regardless of the outcome tonight. The next 3-2. And the tying runs aboard. Strickland threw him a breaking ball on the full count. You can see how pumped up Bryce Harper is, just keeping things alive here in the last of the 18th. Another opportunity now for Jason Worth. .16 home runs and 82 runs batted in during the regular season. His 13th inning single. His lone hit of the series. Oh, 1.
Good pitch there.
And the Nationals down to their last strike once again.
I don't know if it could be too gutsy, anticipating another breaking ball, and maybe try and steal bag with 2 strikes. Get in scoring position, 0-2 count.
The 0-2 home. Well, this one is seconds away from becoming a 2-day affair. A game that started at 5:30 Eastern, just after 5:30 Eastern on October 4th. And there we are. It is October 5. Bruce Bochy showing extreme faith in his rookie right-hander. Yielded a couple of home runs in his postseason debut yesterday. Called on to secure a 2-1 18-inning victory in Game 2 tonight. He's a strike away from doing it. And Worth sticking around.
Well, he's so good, man. He is so good with 2 strikes. They have pitched him tough, both him and LaRoche. They've really done a nice job at the meat of the order for the Nationals, as the Nationals are pulling out all the tricks now.
Jason Worth edition rally gnome. Still 1-2. Worth is the winning run with 2 out in the last of the 18th. Rendon off first. 2-2. If it goes any further, Adam LaRoche will have another opportunity.
Why not?
The 2-2 pitch. Worth sends a ball out to right center. And that is that. Hunter Pence is there to make the catch, and this series goes back to San Francisco with the Giants in command. A 1-run win in the opener. A come-from-behind 1-run 18-inning win tonight in 6 hours and 23 minutes. The longest postseason game in Major League history. The Giants have stolen another in D.C.
Never thought I would say 10 in a row. I never thought I'd see 10 in a row with the way this game was going. Nationals have been through a lot. They're really going to have to dig deep and really put their mental toughness to the test, if you will. This is one for the ages right here, this game.
Not only is this the Giants' 10th consecutive postseason win, it's their 6th straight postseason road victory. That's a National League record. And Bruce Bochy's postseason success in orange and black continues. Brandon Belt, one of the heroes. It was his dramatic home run in the top of the 18th. That's the game-winning run. And J.P. Morosi is standing by with tonight's San Francisco hero.
Thanks, Matt. Brandon, your home run clinched the longest postseason game in MLB history by time. Your reaction seemed to be one of almost relief. What did you think as you saw that ball go out?
Yeah, I mean, it's just it was a hard effort by both teams. So it's just nice to see that ball go over the fence. But at that point, we knew it wasn't over. I mean, the way this game was going, we could have gone another 5 innings. So we're just happy to get out of it alive and get back to San Francisco.
You know, at 8:30 tonight, it looked like Jordan Zimmermann was about to complete his game, his shutout. Here we are after midnight. You guys have won now your 10th straight postseason win. What does that say about the resolve of this team?
Says a lot. I mean, we just had up and down the order. Just people just grinding it out, battling. Rookies, veterans, doesn't matter. Just had great at-bats in that last inning, kept us in the game. We just battled our butts off today. It's freaking awesome. I'm glad it ended up working out in our favor.
Brandon, now you go back to San Francisco, 2-0 lead. Madison Bumgarner on the mound in Game 3. How much confidence will you have on that long flight back to the West Coast?
We're going to have confidence, but we're not going to take anything for granted. You know, this is a tough squad we're playing, and we've seen people come back down 0-2. We did it ourselves in 2012, so we're going to go out there and grind it out next time just like we did today.
Brandon, get some rest. Thanks very much. Back to you, Matt.
All right, JP, thanks. John, an amazing night tonight, the longest postseason game in Major League history. The Giants take a commanding 2-0 lead back home, and they've got Madison Bumgarner ready to go in Game 3.
Yeah, again, the formula for the Giants is the underdog, and they are just they find ways to win.
A long night of baseball is over in D.C. A weary home crowd files out. 2-0 Giants is where the series stands. Let's send it to Chris Myers back at the Fox Sports 1 studios.